Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government business. Consideration of a government business motion concerning proceedings on Bill C5, an act to enact the Free Trade and Labour Mobility in Canada Act and the Building Canada Act.
Mr. LeBlanc for Mr. McKinnon, seconded by Ms. de Bruzen, moves that, notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill C5, an act to enact the Free Trade and Labour Mobility in Canada Act and the Building Canada Act be disposed of as follows. A. The bill be ordered for consideration at the second reading stage immediately after the adoption of this order, provided that 1. 2 members from each recognized party, 1 member from the New Democratic Party, and 1 member from the Green Party may speak at the said stage for not more than 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for questions and comments. 2. During the consideration of the bill at second reading, the House shall not adjourn, except pursuant... Shall I dispense? No. Shall not adjourn, except pursuant to a motion made by a Minister of the Crown. 3. At the conclusion of the time provided for the debate, or when no member wishes to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment, and if a recorded division is requested, the vote shall not be deferred. Shall I dispense? No. B. See the push. Order. B. See.
B. If the bill is adopted at the second reading stage and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure, and Communities. I. If the report on the striking of membership of standing and standing joint committees of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs has not yet been concurred in by the House, the whip of each recognized party shall deposit with the clerk of the House a list of their parties. Dispense?
No. Dispose auprès du greffier de la Chambre.
Shall deposit with the clerk of the House a list of their parties members of the committee no later than the adjournment of the House on the day of the adoption of this order. 2. The committee shall meet on Tuesday, June 17, 2025, and on Wednesday, June 18, 2025, at 3:30 p.m., provided that A.
Priority for the use of House resources for committee meetings. B. The committee shall meet until 5:30 p.m. on Tuesday, June 17, 2025, for the election of chair and vice chairs, the consideration of routine motions governing its proceedings, and to gather evidence from committees. C. The committee meet until 11:59 p.m. on Wednesday, June 18, 2025, to gather evidence from witnesses and undertake clause-by-clause consideration of the bill. D. All amendments be submitted to the clerk of the committee by noon on Wednesday, June 18, 2025. E. Amendments filed by independent members shall be deemed to have been proposed during the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill. F. If the committee has not completed the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill by 11:59 p.m. on Wednesday, June 18, 2025, all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved. The chair shall put the question forthwith and successfully without further debate on all remaining clauses and amendments submitted to the committee, as well as each and every question necessary to dispose of the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, and the committee shall not adjourn the meeting until it has disposed of the bill. G.
A member of the committee may report the bill to the House by depositing it with the clerk of the House, who shall notify the House leaders of the recognized parties and independent members, provided that if the report is presented on Thursday, June 19, 2025, the bill shall be taken up at report stage on the next sitting day. C. The bill be ordered for consideration at report stage on Friday, June 20th, 2025, provided that 1. 2 members from each recognized party, 1 member from the New Democratic Party, and the member from the Green Party may each speak on report stage motions for not more than 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for questions and comments.
No. 2. Provided for the debate, or when no member wishes to speak, whichever is earlier, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment, and if a recorded division is requested, the vote shall not be deferred except pursuant to Standing Order 76.18. 3. The bill be ordered for consideration at the third reading stage immediately after the concurrence of the bill at report stage. D. When the bill is taken up at the third reading stage pursuant to subparagraph C3 of this order, deux députés de chaque parti reconnu.
2 members from each recognized party, 1 member from the New Democratic Party, and the member from the Green Party may each speak at the said stage for not more than 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for questions and comments.
Provided for the debate, or when no member wishes to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment, and if a recorded division is requested, the vote shall not be deferred. Le vendredi.
E. On Friday, June 20th, 2025, the House shall not adjourn until the proceedings on the bill have been completed, except pursuant to a motion moved by a minister of the Crown, provided that once proceedings have been completed, the House may then proceed to consider other business, or, if it has already passed the ordinary hour of daily adjournment, the House shall adjourn to the next sitting day.
To adjourn the debate at any stage of said bill may be moved except by a minister of the Crown. Debate. The Honourable President of the King's Privy Council for Canada.
Mr. Speaker, it's the first chance I have to speak in the House since you became a chair occupant. Let me congratulate you on this important honour. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to Bill C5, the One Canadian Economy Act, which I had the honour of tabling in this House last week. This House, Mr. Speaker, is a place where, for generations, Canadians have placed their hopes, confronted adversity together, and shaped the future of our country. Today, we do so again, facing challenges both new and familiar. The time for resolute action is now. At the First Minister's meeting last week in Saskatoon, premiers unanimously expressed their spirited support for decisive movement on nation-building projects. There was a clear recognition that this hinge moment is an opportunity to reunite with the can-do spirit that envisioned and built, for example, the Confederation Bridge or the St. Lawrence Seaway. In that spirit, I hope colleagues will join us and recognize that this is an important moment to accelerate the adoption of this legislation. Canada stands at a crossroads, Mr. Speaker. Global shifts and internal obstacles demand a clear and rapid response. The United States, our closest trade and security partner, has become unpredictable and undependable. They have imposed unjustified and illegal tariffs, reminding us that our prosperity cannot rely disproportionately on the status quo. Yet, in challenge lies opportunity. Canada's unity, resolve, and resourcefulness are obviously our greatest assets. C'est dans ce même esprit.
It's in this same spirit that I have the honor to speak to you about C5, the One Canadian Economy Act. This is a plan made to eliminate obstacles to internal trade, open up new opportunities, and begin a new chapter in our national history. And, Mr. Speaker, the time to act is now. Fishers from Northumberland, workers in the mines in Whitehorse, those in Montreal who are innovating. This is the time for us to choose together to build and to make big change. It's time for us to create our own economic destiny facing this uncertainty in the economy.
Is a new framework for what we call projects of national interest, initiatives that will move our country forward, reinforce our economic sovereignty, and drive prosperity in every region of the country. For far too long, major projects, whether energy transmission lines, critical mineral developments, pipelines, or clean technology projects have been stalled by assessments, challenges, and overlapping and duplicative regulations. Investors, provinces and territories, and the business community have said that it is too difficult and takes too long to build important, economically feasible projects in Canada. This has led to potential missed investment opportunities, lost jobs, and a lack of competitiveness vis-à-vis our international counterparts. Our shared prosperity requires quick action. Ce projet de loi instaure.
This bill would create a new tool, a process to identify, prioritize, and accelerate infrastructure and development projects that will be transformational. To support this new process, the government plans on creating a new Federal Major Projects Office that will be tasked with coordinating, resolving problems, and accelerating projects of national interest, to go from a fragmented process to a unified, decisive process. We are committed to making as many decisions as possible in 2 years and not 5+ years anymore. The minister was very clear. From now on, we will be using the one project, one assessment system. There will be no more duplicates and excessive costs. Federal, provincial, and territorial governments will be focused on one assessment in order to be able to work quickly without, of course, sacrificing the proper evaluation of each project. There will be high standards. This will reinforce Canada's resiliency, create real economic benefits, and this will respect our environmental, social, and Indigenous reconciliation values. Only projects that meet these values will be approved. This will be Canada without delays.
Also, the continued commitment by this government that Indigenous governments, partners, and indeed Indigenous peoples and communities must be engaged from the outset. Respect for constitutionally protected Indigenous rights, knowledge, and priorities is obviously non-negotiable and clearly enunciated in this bill currently before the House. When we say partnerships is the foundation, we mean exactly that. Whether in Inuvik, the Métis heartland of Manitoba, or Mi'kmaq territory in Atlantic Canada. Nation building is only real if it is shared. That's why equity partnerships for Indigenous peoples will be supported and prioritized. Environmental stewardship, Mr. Speaker, will obviously also remain paramount. This bill will not weaken any of Canada's core environmental statutes. Instead, it's about considering whether major projects drive clean growth and forge a sustainable legacy for the next generations. But the work of building one modern Canadian economy does not stop with flagship projects. Our prosperity also depends on removing barriers, those that hobble Canadians' ability to trade, connect, and work wherever opportunity calls across our country. Let's talk about the reality facing thousands of small business owners every day. Let's say you make kitchen appliances right here in Ontario. You might be investing in new refrigeration or dishwasher technology that saves Canadians money on their electricity bills. But even though you meet Ontario's stringent energy-efficient requirements, you can't say your product meets federal standards for energy efficiency unless you've met all of the federal testing, labeling, and compliance procedures. And as a result, you would not be able to sell your appliances across the border into Quebec or Manitoba. It might take months or more to navigate the federal process to prove your product is really as energy efficient as you say or as the Ontario standards have confirmed. That can slow things down and obviously adds cost. Les résultats sont clairs.
The results are clear. Useless costs, regulatory confusion is bad for Canada. C5, however, will create a new situation where a product that meets provincial or territorial standards for energy efficiency will also meet comparable federal standards. Under this bill, if a good is produced in compliance with provincial standards, it can move throughout the entire country without having to then go again meet federal standards if it is meeting the same goal that has already been identified. Mr. Speaker, we can also think of a trucker from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, or Ontario, for example. Administrative paperwork, compliance fees, all of these barriers that slow down our workers and our most ambitious companies. This bill will remove these federal barriers. If your products or services meet provincial standards or territorial standards, you can consider them to meet federal standards as well.
Is also part of this bill. Too many professions, nurses, engineers, land surveyors, skilled tradespeople, find their skills underutilized due to conflicting or duplicate certification requirements. Where federal and provincial regulations overlap, this legislation guarantees swift, mutual recognition of provincial and territorial credentials for federally regulated workers. This is about leveraging Canada's full talent pool, ensuring that skilled workers can answer opportunities call everywhere in the country without bureaucratic delay. It's also about Canadians trusting each other. Every barrier we lift is a door opened, Mr. Speaker, to higher wages, broader horizons, and greater economic momentum. With this legislation, Canada positions itself firmly to become a clean and conventional energy superpower. Fort McMurray oil sands will lead on both production and emissions reductions. Edmonton and Sarnia are primed for leadership in hydrogen. New transmission infrastructure will ferry Labrador's clean hydro to Montreal and beyond. We will mine, refine, and finish uranium from Saskatchewan, lithium in northern Quebec, cobalt from Nunavut, delivering resources the world needs from a reliable, sustainable partner. Pipelines and port expansions will be built faster and smarter, with climate and community in mind, showing that economic and environmental progress are not at odds, but intertwined. Canada will not simply participate in the global resource economy, we will help define it. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to assure the House that this commitment to acceleration does not mean exclusion or diminution of environmental standards or obviously our constitutionally enshrined obligations to Indigenous peoples. Every major project advanced through the changes proposed in Bill C5 will require real partnerships with Indigenous peoples. We've already announced that we're setting up an Indigenous Advisory Council. We will ensure that self-determination, inclusion, and respect are at the heart of this process. Les mesures de protection.
The environmental protection measures are also essential. National projects must allow for clean and responsible growth, meeting today's needs, while at the same time leaving a healthy legacy for those who come after us. This bill is based on Canadians. For young apprentices in Lethbridge considering a career in biofuels, for electric line technicians in Thunder Bay and for healthcare professionals in Moncton. We are offering Canadians what they've always asked for, an economy that rewards those who work hard and that innovates wherever they live. There is no better time for the world to choose to do business with Canada. We offer a stable political environment, it's predictable, and our labor force is skilled and diversified. That makes us the best option for investment and cooperation in the world.
Seek certainty, reliable timelines, or climate leadership, Canada is ready to answer that call with our brightest and our best. Mr. Speaker, let's capture this moment, one where trade flourishes, dreams of workers and business owners can grow, and hope will abound in every part of our country as we look to greater economic prosperity together. We have a real opportunity now, across political parties and regions, to unite behind the idea of delivering, not delaying. Let's remove the barriers that keep us locked in 13 separate economies instead of one growing, sustainable Canadian economy. Let's turn the page and move forward, Mr. Speaker, with purpose to get big things built in this country once again. Et avec ça, Monsieur le Président, je vous...
And on that note, I say thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Northumberland, Clark.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Minister for his comments. On April 17, 2025, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "Secondly, to commit the federal government to do its part by Canada Day. We will have free trade in Canada by Canada Day. Even if this legislation passes by July 1st, we will still have many, many barriers, some provincial and even some federal." Why did the Prime Minister mislead Canadians?
Minister for Canada-U.S. Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I thank our colleague for the question. The Prime Minister, of course, didn't mislead Canadians. Our colleague will know that it's only within the jurisdiction of this Parliament or the Government of Canada to remove barriers that are properly federal barriers to free trade within Canada. The provinces also have a series of measures that they are working on removing. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I've been very encouraged by provinces signing agreements one with the other, by provinces sort of trying to lead each other in who can move the fastest. Conservative premiers, New Democratic premiers, Liberal premiers are doing this work with the Government of Canada.
Question et commentaire, la députée de Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to quote Richard Desjardins in his song called "The Yankees." He says, basically, Indigenous people are being called on to play ball. And when you're given 5 days to study a bill, and when you're saying that we consulted the First Nations, in my mind, that's not consultation. Not each First Nation was not consulted. They all have their own ways of doing things. So why this statement in the face of Indigenous peoples and Quebec? Is the minister in agreement that there should be more time to respect the spirit of reconciliation? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, je suis...
Mr. Speaker, I agree with our colleague from Abitibi that we need to respect our obligations to consult, our partnership obligations. When it comes to First Nations, I appreciate his concern. We share that concern. When he talked about 5 days, he was talking about a consultation on a bill that is before Parliament, which would allow the government to designate projects of national interest, and then would allow the government and the private sector to conduct exactly that in-depth consultation. So here we're talking about we're currently building something, but before a project is designated or approved, obviously those consultations will take place.
Mr. Speaker, we have a new Prime Minister, a new administration. Coming out of the last federal election, we are given a very clear mandate. one healthy, stronger Canadian economy for all regions of our country. This bill captures what I believe is the essence of an election platform, and this is something in which Canadians from coast to coast to coast are behind. My question to the minister is, would he not agree that this legislation is a reflection of a very important platform issue from the April the 28th election?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank our colleague from Winnipeg North. I know colleagues in the House will be disappointed. I arrived at the last minute to give this speech. I'm told that the first speech has unlimited time. If I hadn't arrived in time, colleagues could have heard the member from Winnipeg North for possibly a few weeks on this bill. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Winnipeg North is absolutely right. This commitment to one Canadian economy, to getting big projects in the national interest built quickly, was on page 1 of the Liberal platform. This shouldn't surprise any parliamentarian. The government is in fact moving quickly on an obligation we have to Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-South Hespeler. Kitchener-South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for that overview of the bill. He mentioned several times healthcare workers such as myself and how this bill will allow them to go between provinces with greater ease. But at other points in his speech, he talked about federally regulated workers. So from my reading of this bill, this will not make it any easier for myself as a physician or for nurses to go and practice where practice is needed. So could he go on the record right now and explain how this will actually affect healthcare workers in Ontario, in other provinces today?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank our colleague for his question and absolutely appreciate the challenge he's just identified. One of my friends for the last couple of decades is also a physician. Andrew Furey was Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador until recently. He worked with Atlantic premiers because, as my colleague has correctly identified, the actual certification of physicians or other healthcare professionals is properly within the provincial domain. But Atlantic Canada got together and had an Atlantic Physicians Registry led by 4 provinces, which we think is an example to the rest of the country, and the Government of Canada wants to encourage exactly that kind of work.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not surprised the Minister has supported this bill because it gives him disproportionate power. It gives him the power to designate a project of national interest and then to force the federal environmental standards on others. And so they can go for the lower standard in certain provinces, and the effect will basically be that through the federal government, a province will be able to legislate in the place of another province that is doing its job properly, like Quebec. So what's the point of provinces then? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I obviously understand the question, the political dimension of the question, but I think we need to be careful before we define the responsibilities that this bill might confer on a minister. It's important not to exaggerate the circumstances. As I said, the environmental standards and rules will obviously be a top priority, just as the consultation with Indigenous peoples will be. But I thought my friend would be happy that the federal government was attempting to cooperate with, for example, the Quebec process so that projects could get approved more quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the proud mother of an operating engineer who works on projects of national interest as we speak, could the minister tell us a bit about the reception of this bill by organized labor?
Mr. Speaker, I thank our colleague for the question. She speaks often about her son, who is an example of exactly the kind of worker and skilled professional that the country and, frankly, this government wants to support. I was encouraged by conversations with labor leaders representing not only the skilled trades, but a series of other professions that would benefit from exactly this kind of nation-building exercise. provincial premiers speak to labor leaders about the importance of creating economic opportunity at a time when our economy is threatened, and we're doing this for people exactly like my colleague's son.
Questions, comments? L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate the minister on his re-election and on tabling this bill. Now, he raised the question of one bill, one environmental assessment. That's a principle we agree with. And there's Bill 375 that had exactly the same goal, and the Bloc agreed in principle. But curiously, the Liberals voted it down. Our approach was, and this was suggested to us in the drafting, the specialists in the province and the federal experts should get together and work together so that there was only one assessment. That's precisely the approach that the minister is now proposing, the Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my friend from Louis Saint-Laurent, same area, different riding. I'd like to thank him for the question. He just identified precisely what we're attempting to do with this bill. We've been crystal clear. The Prime Minister was crystal clear during the election campaign. Here we're talking about in a maximum of 6 months. We'd like to have exactly that type of agreement that my colleague just described to avoid overlap, minimize costs for companies or provinces or crown corporations that propose major projects, and to use the expertise which is often found in the hands of provincial and territorial authorities. We want to make sure that the federal expertise is an add-on and not an obstacle to overlap or delay a project. Resuming debate.
For Lakeland.
So where is Canada after this last lost anti-development Liberal decade? Only 11 years ago, Canada became internationally recognized as home to the richest and biggest middle class in the world, with more children lifted out of poverty than ever before. And heading into 2015, the budget was under control, with $1 billion surplus, and Canada's economy was the strongest in the G7, the last in and the first out of the Great Global Recession. Today, Canada's economy has fallen behind our allies. Productivity lags. Workers can't make ends meet and wonder whose job will be gone next. Canada's natural wealth sits idle in the ground and offshore. Investment heads south and to other countries. Families and people with no one else to count on but themselves fall further behind. Young people lose hope for their futures, whether they will ever be able to afford a home, build up a nest egg, or actually capture their big dreams. Communities lose opportunities and dwindle. Businesses close due to excessive red tape, taxes, costs, constant uncertainty, and have to reduce their charitable and community contributions. Violence, crime, mental distress, and suicides, especially among rural men, are on a steady rise. Killing energy projects doesn't just cut jobs or cost jobs, it costs communities. It takes away critical revenue to build roads and bridges, critical support for social programs, to build arenas, support healthcare like the long-term partnerships with the Lloydminster and Bonnyville Regional Health Foundations and energy companies, and to build schools and universities. Today, Canada works for the super rich, the well-established, the elites, the well-connected, the big companies of all kinds, and mostly foreign founded and multinationals. But it doesn't work for the Canadian people who do the work, who take big risks and build big projects, for individual entrepreneurs, small business owners, innovators, for the workers and contractors who fuel, feed, and power this country, for our Canadian people. That's the Liberal legacy. And the cost to Canadians is real, and it's staggering. So today we MPs find ourselves in an odd position. This very same government that inflicted the last decade of anti-energy, anti-private sector death by delay and uncertainty on natural resources workers and businesses in every corner of Canada, that harmed all the secondary and tertiary sectors that depend on it everywhere. Allies sent away in dire need of Canadian resources and divided our country, pit Canadians, provinces, businesses, and sectors against each other. Suddenly claims to want big natural resources and infrastructure projects to get built in Canada. So they brought in C5 with all kinds of big promises, but at its heart, what C5 really is a glaring admission that everything the Liberals have done for the last 10 years has made Canada a place where their red tape and constant changing goalposts get to no, and nothing can get built efficiently or affordably. So the real question is, will the Liberals' Bill C5 really clean up the colossal mess the Liberals themselves have made? No. Where are the projects held back by this lost Liberal decade? Where are the investments that would have created prosperity for every single Canadian? Where are the thousands of well-paid jobs for Canadians everywhere, and especially in rural, remote, northern, Atlantic, and Indigenous communities that need them most? Where are the revenues for all three levels of government to fund public services and programs, build public infrastructure, and support communities? Where has all that gone? And how much are we talking about here anyway? Well, Canada has lost $670 billion in cancelled oil, gas, LNG, and pipeline projects alone since 2015, due completely to these Liberals' anti-energy, anti-development messages, policies, and laws. On Wednesday night in Committee of the Whole, the Minister and I discussed C5 a bit. I suggested an obvious, immediate first step if they really want to get Canadians working and building to strengthen Canada's economy and sovereignty that wouldn't require weeks and months of delay, meeting after meeting, and press conference promises with very few details. The Minister said I brought up hypothetical projects and refused to say whether they met his factors for projects in the national interest, which the Liberals themselves will decide. Now, that was alarming in itself, since the projects I mentioned are real projects with real proponents that offer real jobs with powerful paychecks for Canadians and long-term tax revenue for all three levels of government, real businesses paying real money and losing real time trying to get to build their big projects. The problem is they're stuck. They're stuck in one form of federal regulation or red tape right now. So the immediate solution is blindingly obvious without all this extra rigmarole, uncertainty, and time delays. What was extra weird about the Minister's evasion is that of the 5 vague factors they've outlined for C5 that they will use to decide themselves what's in the national interest are 2 of these factors: that projects must bring economic or other benefits to Canada and must have a high likelihood of successful execution. Well, clearly the top priority action then to fast-track efficiently should be all the projects and proponents stuck in red tape right now by these Liberals' own conditions. Where is the Crawford Nickel Cobalt Mine project near Timmins, Ontario? Proposed in 2020, but stuck in the regulatory mess the Liberals created. Where is the Troilus Gold and Copper Mining project in Quebec? Stuck in the regulator since 2023. Where is the Rook I uranium mine and Denison uranium mine projects in northern Saskatchewan? Proposed in 2019, both still stuck. Where is the Bruce C nuclear project planned for Ontario? Stuck in double layers of regulatory review. No wonder Canada ranks dead last in the G7 for development. But these projects are not only lost in red tape, they seem to be also lost completely from consideration by the Minister, since he was so adamant on Tuesday night that they didn't exist. 5 projects, 5 chances to grow Canada's economy, 5 chances to lead the world in energy, in innovation, in responsible resource development, and Indigenous opportunities. But of course, it's not only those 5 projects. In fact, there are dozens of major energy, nuclear, critical mineral, and Indigenous-backed resource road proposals that are stuck in limbo right now at the federal level. These projects aren't theoretical. They have names, investors, and local support. They've involved years of engineering, technical, environmental, and consultation work, risk, and investment. The missing piece is a federal government with the will to fast-track the assessments through the regulatory maze they themselves created and approve them efficiently, and back proponents once they approve them, so proponents can actually build on their time and on their dime. Because in C69, as is also the case in C5, Cabinet is the final decision maker with all the power. And currently, both officials and ministers already have significant sweeping powers to start, stop, restart, extend, delay, suspend, change the rules, and start all over again as many times as they want. No wonder things can't get built. So they've also got the power to fast-track them right now. Instead, they ignore all those real and ready projects, proponents, and people, and have brought in a short-term workaround of their own bad policies and laws, which is C5. The Liberals talk about emissions reductions, impose electric vehicle mandates, and want so-called green growth, but stall the very projects needed to make all that happen. You can't build electric vehicles without nickel, lithium, and cobalt currently dominated by China. You can't power a reliable, affordable, modern grid without uranium and natural gas. You can't reduce emissions and build new technology without the innovation, jobs, and revenues that come from responsible Canadian resource development, mostly from traditional oil and gas and pipeline companies. Alberta is an example. By 2023, Alberta oil sands reduced emissions intensity while growing production by 96% and leads the country in alternative energy development too, as in fact we always have. According to the federal government's National Inventory Report in 2025, Alberta had the largest absolute reduction of emissions of any Canadian province between 2023 and between 2022 and 2023. Now that's the truth the Liberals won't tell Canadians, isn't it? Albertans cut emissions not by shutting down, but by showing up and building through free enterprise, innovation, and technology, getting better emissions reduction results, real emissions reduction results, without killing jobs or driving away investment. Yet this Liberal government still treats Alberta and every province that develops resources, those of us in the so-called ROC, the rest of Canada, that politicians in Ottawa usually ignore, as problems, not solutions. They punish the most responsible energy producers in the world and give a free pass to foreign polluters. They celebrate emissions reductions in Canada when they come from lockdowns, lost jobs, and bankrupt businesses. Canadians can't afford essentials because the government drives up costs and imposes unrealistic targets on power and fuel. And it's worse when the facts don't fit their narrative. When it turns out Alberta reduces emissions the most, the Liberals stay silent. When LNG could displace coal for growing energy demand in Asia, India, and Africa from BC, or help secure European energy needs and cut dependence on Russia, the Liberals turn allies away. When Western provinces want to build major projects or Northerners want to mine and drill offshore, the Liberals deny, ban, and delay. When Atlantic Canadians want to drill offshore, ship LNG to Europe, or have a pipeline, bring Western oil to Eastern refineries so future generations of Atlantic Canadians can stay home with jobs and abundant opportunities, the Liberals interfere and then look away. And let me pause here to tell you how important that issue is to me, because the fact is that Atlantic Canadians and Albertans are inextricably linked. We've helped build each other's province to the best interests of all Canadians, and I say that as a first-generation born and raised Albertan, as the daughter of a Nova Scotian and a Newfoundlander. When the Liberals spent years talking about reconciliation, yet delay, risk, or kill pipelines, roads, mining projects, and LNG opportunities that so many Indigenous leaders elders, youth, entrepreneurs, and workers spent years negotiating with businesses to get jobs, to get their own source revenue, and to do environmental oversight in a good way. The Liberals claim to support First Nations, but deny them of the opportunity to own, to build, to partner, and to profit. It's not reconciliation when Ottawa decides who can build and who must wait. It's not partnership when one side always says no. And it's not respect when Indigenous voices are ignored because they want to make their own development decisions and exercise their rights and title.
Hear, hear.
This bill that we debate today proves what Conservatives have said all along. The Liberals' anti-development agenda kills Canadian jobs, kills Canadian investment, weakens Canada's security, unity, and sovereignty, and has made our country a risky place where nothing can get built and where uncompetitive, pancaked, and incoherent taxes, laws, and policies, uncertainty, and constant changing goalposts deter big projects from our own country. Canadians deserve a plan based on facts and results, not vague statements and delay from the same government that caused the problems they suddenly now claim to want to fix. The consequences of the Liberals' anti-development decade are growing poverty, not prosperity, and fractured national unity. They pit Canadians against each other and attack Albertan businesses in particular with constant misinformation and myths. The reality is, when Alberta builds and grows, so does Canada. When Alberta is strong, so is Canada. And Albertans have been there all along with our friends from Saskatchewan and from Atlantic Canada.
Hear, hear.
We've just been asking the Liberals to help get the country's top export from the industry that is still the biggest investor in Canada's declining economy by far, whether the anti-energy zealots like it or not, to more markets globally so Canada isn't dependent on the United States. But 10 years later, 10 years of this last anti-development Liberal decade, Canada faces economic, security, and sovereignty threats from our closest ally, the world's biggest economy, our biggest customer, and now, because the Liberals held Canada back every step of the way, our biggest competitor. And Canadians can't afford essentials because the government drove up the costs of power and fuel for everyone. Now, make no mistake, it didn't have to be this way. But with all due respect, by which I mean almost none, the time to, quote, build Canada, to make our country self-reliant, secure, united, and strong was the last decade. And the answer has always been to unleash Canada's natural resources and increase production and export customers, as Conservatives, and only Conservatives, have consistently and unequivocally advocated the entire time. This was never actually an even-sided theoretical or philosophical debate. It has always been simply the fiscal and economic reality of our country. Canadians deserve a government that backs them, not a government that blocks them, not a government that pees down our leg and tells us it's raining. C5 is breadcrumbs and baby steps, not a real breakthrough of Liberal-inflicted barriers on Canada. Our country needs real change and long-term concrete certainty for the private sector and for Canadian workers to make us autonomous, resilient, and secure, like the Liberals say they want to do now, even though they've been in charge around here for the last 10 years. So what would that actually look like? Well, it would mean fixing the fundamentals. Repeal the failed no new pipelines, never build anything, Bill C-69, rife with uncertainty, no concrete timelines despite Liberal claims, arbitrary and unrelated conditions, political interference, and jurisdictional overreach that the provinces and territories, businesses, and Indigenous groups all oppose or want to overhaul, and the Supreme Court declared unconstitutional for all all the reasons, every single reason, in fact, that Conservatives, and it happened to be me, warned about during the debates. But Liberals ignored this entire Conservative team, all the premiers, all the territorial leaders, the private sector, and the Senate, and rammed it through anyway. They should repeal the shipping ban, Bill C-48, that blocks dedicated export routes for Canada's much-needed energy to countries with actually emerging markets who need Canadian energy and technology in Asia, like Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and the Philippines, and to European allies like Germany, Latvia, Ukraine, Greece, and Poland, and the geopolitical security aspects of this issue obviously cannot be overstated. That ban signals that shipping may be blocked by the government off any coast, just like their offshore unilateral drilling bans and anti-development zones on land and in water. But it stays. And clearly the Liberals are A-OK with Canada's allies and other countries getting energy they'll continue to want long into the future from the U.S. or from foreign regimes like Venezuela, Libya, Iran, and Saudi Arabia over Canada, which with much lower environmental, labor, and safety standards, where the benefits usually only go to a wealthy few. Repeal the Canadian oil and gas cap that will cut Canadian energy production by 5%, will kill over 50,000 jobs and over $20 billion from Canada's GDP. That's self-inflicted sabotage that no other country in the world is doing to itself, and totally nonsensical for what is actually a radical anti-energy government suddenly plagiarizing, like someone's thesis, the former Conservative government's vision for Canada as an energy superpower. While the minister and his Liberal buddies laughed when I asked questions about job losses, Canadians stress, wondering where their next paycheck will come from. In 2021, TD Economics projected Canadian oil and gas jobs, up to 75% of them, could disappear by 2050. Wow. The Liberals call it a transition. For Canada, it's devastation. So they should repeal the globalist top-down economic restructuring just transition plan in Bill C-50 that the Liberals already know will threaten the livelihoods of 2.7 million Canadians and cause labor disruptions, that's bureaucraties for job losses, for 642,000 workers in the transportation sector, almost 300,000 agriculture workers, 202,000 energy workers, and get this, 193,000 in Canada's important manufacturing sector, maybe more important than ever before, given this world becoming more dangerous and the global threats that Canada faces because this Liberal government has failed us. But the truth is, the future doesn't look brighter with this same government pretending to be a new one. TD reports the unemployment rate in Canada has risen to its highest rate since 2016, outside of COVID, to 7%, and 100,000 jobs to be lost by the third quarter of this year. The job outlook for students is even worse, with a 20% unemployment rate. That's the highest since the 2008 recession. In fact, Canadian manufacturing has lost 55,000 jobs in only a period of 4 months. This is not getting Canada on track. It's the continued track record of this same Liberal government. And you know what they say about lipstick on a pig. It wasn't always this way. Under the former Conservative government, Canada ranked 4th for ease of doing business of all countries in the world. But by 2020, with these Liberals, Canada had fallen to 24th, behind Georgia and Thailand. Today, Canada ranks near the bottom globally for construction permits, for property registration, securing electricity, and cross-border trade. In fact, Canada is ranked second worst in the OECD for construction permit timelines because of these Liberals. The Liberals blocked projects, hiked taxes, and doubled debt has made Canada 30% less productive than the U.S. today. And since 2015, 5.6 trillion, yeah, that's what I said, trillion, has left Canada for the U.S. That's not a coincidence. That's a Liberal consequence. The trend of Canadian investment up in the U.S. and U.S. investment down in Canada is a historic anomaly caused squarely and for the first time ever by the Liberals' damaging economic and energy policies. Just last week, Stats Can reported a more than 5% decline in forestry, fishing, mining, quarrying, oil and gas since last spring. Declines in primary and resource-producing sectors impact everything else. Ontarians now face the worst unemployment outside COVID since 2013. In April alone, Ontario lost 33,000 manufacturing jobs, tens of thousands of real people who lost their jobs while the Liberals patronize and laugh at opposition MPs fighting for those workers. It's a travesty that it's taken global instability, external threats, growing conflicts, and a cost of living crisis the Liberals created for them to even appear to take notice. Canadians now know, without a doubt, that energy security means food, job, and national security for Canada. Last year, the energy sector contributed 7.7% of GDP, or $208.8 billion to Canada. 446,600 Canadian workers, including 10,800 Indigenous people, relied on natural resources. My point here is that none of this is accidental or externally inflicted on Canada. It's the direct result of domestic anti-development laws and policies. Canada's top global energy and resource competitors have ramped up their production of all kinds in the same time period with much lower standards than Canada. So we arrive at Bill C-5. The Prime Minister, who advised the last one for half a decade and is well known for his global advocacy to keep resources in the ground, hasn't actually explained whether he's had some kind of major philosophical metamorphosis and transformation and an awakening from all his previous values and views, but nevertheless has met with premiers and businesses and suddenly claims to want to do what Conservatives have been urging the gatekeeping, road-blocking, radical Liberals to do the entire time, which is to build, build, build.
Hear, hear.
Except there are a lot of questions. So let's start at the beginning. As of right now, the Liberals say 5 factors will be considered to determine whether projects are in the national interest. That is, quote, 2, strengthen Canada's autonomy, resilience, and security, provide economic or other, whatever that means, benefits to Canada, have a high likelihood of successful execution, advance the interests of Indigenous people, and contribute to clean growth and to Canada's objectives with respect to climate change. Now, it's worth a pause here to point out that most Canadians would likely be shocked that these factors aren't already part of regulatory and cabinet decision-making and may rightly wonder what the heck the government has been thinking about for the past decade. But also, it's worth noting that these concepts are broad enough that any interpretation or any argument could be made about each factor either way for any project, which is, of course, automatically and inherently uncertain and wide open to manipulation and ideological or politically connected decision-making. So much for objective, technology and sector agnostic, predictable, clear, certain, and evidence-based decision-making in Canada. And as of right now, there is no public list of projects. Now, the Prime Minister says he's getting lists from provinces, and some premiers have said what their asks are, yet the Minister claims there is no list, and that will happen after Bill C-5 is law. The Minister specifically said on Wednesday, I meant Wednesday earlier, not Tuesday, that, quote, when the projects are designated, they will be made public. Well, do the projects drive the legislation, or does the legislation drive the projects? Do they have a list from premiers, or do they not? Well, nobody knows because of mixed messages and misleading answers. But what's clear is the whole thing is a politically driven and determined process, which is actually already exactly what the Liberals have been doing for the last decade. That's the opposite of clarity and certainty.
Order. I have to interrupt the member as it is 11 o'clock. We will now proceed to statement by his members, and the member will have time after question period to conclude her remarks. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to present my first of member statements in this new Parliament. And I begin, of course, by thanking the people of Saanich Gulf Islands for returning me to Parliament to work on their behalf. I wanted to highlight an event that happened this week, which is why I'm participating remotely. My home parish, as some of you may know, I'm a practicing Anglican and try to follow the path of Jesus Christ in my work. Practicing Anglican and a parishioner at a little parish called St. Andrew's Church in Sydney, British Columbia. This week, on Wednesday, June 11th, we had the great honor of our bishop, the Right Reverend Anna Greenwood Lee, coming to St. Andrew's to go up, believe it or not, in a cherry picker, in a bucket, to the roof of the church hall to bless the solar panels. We had prepared and we worshiped together with a liturgy for the blessing of solar panels. Together, those panels will save our parish $3,000 a year to go to work to help the homeless and those who need support. Thank you.
Member for Oakville West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 12th Annual Veterans Salmon Derby taking place on June 14th in Bronte Harbor, Oakville. Since its founding, this incredible event has grown from a local initiative into a cherished tradition, bringing together Canadian Armed Forces veterans serving and retired, their families, local businesses, and our community. More than just a fishing derby, it's a dedicated to the emotional well-being of those who have given so much in service to Canada. It also raises critical funds for Veterans Helping Veterans and the Military Family Resource Center, supporting those who stood for Canada and deserve our ongoing support. This year's event will hold not only veterans, but also numerous COVID-19 responders, recognizing their dedication during some of Canada's most challenging times. Thank you to the organizers, volunteers, sponsors, and especially to our veterans and frontline heroes for your service and sacrifice. Tight lines to all participating.
The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House with a heavy heart following the heartbreaking crash of an Air India flight en route to London. My heart goes out to the victims, their families, and all those impacted by the devastating tragedy. In the same spirit of reflection, I wish to honor the legacy of Peter Robertson, a dedicated public servant, educator, and pillar of the Brampton community. Mayor Robertson began his public service in 1976 as a regional councillor, and in 1991, entrusted by the people to serve as mayor of Brampton, leading the city for nearly a decade through a period of significant growth and transformation. His leadership was defined by vision, principle, and a steadfast commitment to serving his fellow citizens. Today, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of residents of Brampton West, I extend my deepest condolences to his loved ones. His name lives on, not just on Peter Robertson Boulevard, but in the countless lives he touched. May his example of service, humility, and vision continue to inspire us all. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, there are many great places in Vancouver Quadra, none more special to me than the mouth of the Fraser River. From its headwaters, hundreds of kilometers north to where it enters the Salish Sea, it's always been a special place for residents of Vancouver Quadra. Over the years, it was used as our highway, and now it's being used as a working river. And many years ago, the Musqueam people, where I come from, raced in what is called the war canoe races. They raced against other First Nations from Coast Salish Territory, Washington State, Fraser Valley, on Vancouver Island. That went dormant for a number of years until Elder Dick Lewis and Kelly Lewis brought it back together for the youth of the Musqueam people, and we now host thousands of spectators, hundreds of people from across Coast Salish Territory, and that's going to happen this weekend, June 13th, 14th, and 15th, starting tonight. They invite everyone who's in the area to come down, enjoy as they reconnect with their culture, share their culture with Canada, and they raise their hands to each and every one of you.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, June is Italian Heritage Month, a time to honour the dreams and sacrifices of those who came before us. I am a proud granddaughter of Italian Canadians. My grandfather came to Canada with hope in his heart and to build a life rooted in hard work, family, and faith. I'm deeply proud of my Italian roots and incredibly honoured to represent the almost 40,000 Italian Canadians in King Vaughan who entrusted me to be their voice here in Ottawa. Auguri a tutte le italiane qui in Canada e in Italia, felice mese di patrimonio italiano, and in honor of our speaker, rose rose per te, ho comprato stasera, il mio cuore lo io sai cosa voglio da te.
The member for Fredericton, Oromocto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm thrilled to stand in the House today to highlight the significant achievements of Jeremy Dutcher, who is being awarded this year's Governor-General's National Arts Centre Award, recognizing his extraordinary work as an artist, composer, activist, ethnomusicologist, and language carrier. A Wolastoqiyik member of the Tobic First Nation, Dutcher was born and raised in Fredericton and has been instrumental in preserving and sharing the Wolastoqiyik language and culture. He is the only two-time Polaris Prize winner, a Juno Award winner, and has performed on many of the most important stages around the world. Du fond de mon cœur.
From the bottom of my heart, I thank Jeremy for his art, his values, and his passion. As a representative of the region, I would like to congratulate Jeremy on his extraordinary accomplishments.
Citation.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
It's that time of year again. It's rodeo season. It's time to rope that dream, blow off some steam. Head to Caribou Prince George for the greatest shows on dirt. Starting this weekend, it's the Prince George Western Heritage Society Rodeo, the 4th annual Logan Parent Memorial Bulls and Barrels in 100 Mile House, and in 2 weeks, the 97th annual Williams Lake Stampede, the wildest show west of the rocks, and then it's the 56th annual Quesnel Rodeo and Billy Barker Days. Mr. Speaker, it's not just a sport, it's a way of life. It's the bulls in the blood, the dust in the mud, the roar of the Sunday crowd, the Letterbuck Saloon playing the music just a little too loud. Bucky Bronc fun under the hot Quesnel sun. This summer in Caribou PG is going to be fun. It's the boots, the chaps, the cowboy hats, wild horses in the smoke show. It's the Broncs, the Bloods, the steer in the mud. Mr. Speaker, we call it rodeo. Yeehaw!
The honourable member for Ajax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise in this great House for the first time representing the beautiful community of Ajax, which celebrates its 70th anniversary this year. I want to thank the residents of Ajax for placing their trust in me, and I want to thank my family and volunteers for their support. I also want to recognize my predecessor, the Honourable Mark Holland, for his many years of service. We wish him well. As Ajax celebrates this milestone, we recognize its place in history and its vibrancy today. The area was home to Defence Industries Limited, the largest shell filling plant in the British Commonwealth during World War II. With a new name needed for the town, a competition was held amongst its employees, and they selected the name Ajax after one of the ships that defeated the German battleship Graf Spee near Uruguay in 1939. Today, many of Ajax's streets are named after veterans who served on HMS Ajax, and it's home to innovative businesses, the historic Pickering Village, the St. Francis Centre for Community Arts, and beautiful green spaces. Happy 70th anniversary, Ajax.
I'm a member for York Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past weekend in Jackson's Point in the town of Georgina, I attended the 10th anniversary of the charity Men Ending Trafficking. Founded 10 years ago on the simple understanding that the vast majority of demand for sex trafficking in Canada is sadly driven by men. And yet we need more men working to end that in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I heard heartbreaking stories of daughters stolen, lost, and abused, but also hopeful stories of those who, with help, were able to escape a life of exploitation. Through their Safeguard program, Mr. Speaker, Men Ending Trafficking brings together teams of women and men to come alongside victims as they navigate the criminal justice system. I want to thank founder John Castles and current executive director Trevor Poplar for their tenacious efforts, and I know all men in this House will join me in working to end sex trafficking in Canada.
The member for Côte-Nord, Kawakachimach, Nitatasman. Mr. Speaker, everyone is affected by the labor dispute at Canada Post. But the government is making a mistake by siding with management instead of promoting a lasting negotiated solution. First, it suspended the workers' right to strike in December. Then yesterday, the Minister of Employment announced that she would impose a vote on Canada Post's unilateral proposal on its employees instead of going to arbitration. These repeated interferences by the Liberals have poisoned the bargaining climate, and today, the Liberals are breaking off dialogue by forcing a vote. It is difficult not to conclude that the referee, or the arbitrator rather, has chosen the winner of the match. Madam Speaker, the role of the Liberals is to act as guarantors of the law, fairness, and general social dialogue. They owe us an explanation for their involvement, which does not promote a fair and lasting resolution to the conflict. And above all, they must back down.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As we all know, this weekend is Father's Day, and I want to take this moment to celebrate my father, Anwar Abbas Naqvi, who will be turning 90 on July 14. And what a remarkable life he has lived. He's always been a planner and a visionary who's immigrated twice in his life, first at the age of 19 from India to Pakistan, and then later on coming to this beautiful country of Canada. He's always given us the gift of education to my siblings, my brother, sister, and I, telling us how important it is to get good education, to work hard and give back to the community. He took part in pro-democracy movement in his young days, spent 9 months as a political prisoner because he always challenged the status quo. I want to take this opportunity. I want you to join me in wishing him happy 90th birthday. May he live many, many years more. Happy birthday, Daddy.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, freedom of expression is the foundation of every other freedom. Without it, we cannot challenge bad ideas or question authority or hold governments to account. We cannot protect truth. It is the oxygen of democracy. When governments decide to censor speech, they begin to control thought itself. This path doesn't lead to safety. Instead, it leads to silence, to fear, and to eventually oppression. In the last Parliament, the Liberals pushed Canada down that path. Bill C-18 bans news from social media. Bill C-11 manipulates what Canadians can see and say online. And Bill C-63, a bloated censorship regime, threatened to put in place an internet czar and sweeping new powers to police speech. The Liberals claim that they've changed, that this is a, quote, new government, but Canadians know better. They do. They know better. This government doesn't trust Canadians. They don't trust Canadians to think independently or to speak freely or to make their own choices. But Conservatives on this side of the House will always protect free speech, always protect open debate, and always stand for the rights and freedoms of Canadians. We're here to contend.
L'honorable député d'Orléans.
The honourable member for Orléans. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was the 50th anniversary of the Festival Franco-Ontarien. For half a century, this festival has proudly celebrated Francophone culture, language, and identity in Ontario through music. It's an opportunity to bring generations together, showcase artists from here and abroad, and celebrate the richness of our Francophone heritage. Thank you to the organizers of the Festival Franco, who have shown leadership and have continued to showcase our proud cultures, such as my beautiful community of Orléans, and who work tirelessly every day to promote Francophone language, culture, and community across our province. I would like to applaud the festival's exceptional journey and wish it many more years of success. Happy 50th anniversary to the Festival Franco-Ontarien, and see you at Major Hill Park until June 14th to enjoy the experience.
Member for Vernon, Lake Country, Monashee.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of Liberal anti-energy laws, over $176 billion worth of energy projects have been scrapped. Bills like C-69, the so-called No New Energy Pipelines Law, and Bill C-48, along with the job-killing carbon tax, have created so much red tape and uncertainty that energy companies won't even invest here anymore. In the BC interior, countless families depend on the oil and gas sector to put food on the table. Even our regional airports rely on flight revenues tied to energy-related travel and investment. But because of stalled pipelines, investment and job creation have dried up, not just in my riding, but across Canada. If the Liberals are serious about making Canada an energy superpower, they need to repeal their own anti-energy agenda. Lift C-69, remove C-48, kill the industrial carbon tax, and get Canadians back to work by finally tapping into our natural resources.
Here, here. Well done. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Mr. Speaker, this week a Hamilton steel mill permanently shut down, putting 153 people out of work. Donald Trump's 50% tariffs on steel and aluminum are unjustified, illegal, and are now impacting the livelihood of Canadian families. Everyone in Hamilton knows somebody who works in the steel industry. 10,000 Hamilton workers directly employed in steelmaking, another 40,000 employed in associated industries. These are good-paying Canadian jobs supporting hardworking Canadian families that are now at risk because of Donald Trump's misguided, illegal trade war with Canada. While discussions with the U.S. are ongoing, all retaliatory measures are on the table. We're taking steps to stop the dumping of cheap foreign steel, and we're investing in new Canadian markets. I want to assure the workers in Hamilton and across Canada that our government is doing everything possible to fight back, to protect jobs, and to support Canadian steel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Way to go. Member for Regina Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, many Canadians are struggling with the ever-increasing cost of groceries, record food bank use, and rising unemployment. But there's one group of Canadians who aren't struggling at all, namely the Liberal-friendly insiders at GC Strategies. This two-person company billed taxpayers for $64 million over 106 contracts, often for work that was never done. But GC Strategies did not act alone. According to the recent Auditor General report, under this Liberal government, security requirements were not enforced, contracts were not monitored, and federal organizations did not follow procurement policies. And while Christian Firth and Darren Anthony were getting rich, their Liberal accomplices were getting promoted to the front benches of the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, on Monday, will the Prime Minister support our Conservative motion to put taxpayers first and get Canadians their money back?
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, building safe communities and neighbourhoods takes a collective effort, and our Liberal government is making positive progress by working together with all levels of governments and partners. Through our investment and collaborative approach, in Peel region, 60% drop in auto thefts in 2024 and an additional 45% decrease in the first quarter of 2025. And just this week, Peel Region Police and CBSA seized over $50 million worth of cocaine in one of the largest drug busts in their history, a clear message that crime will not be tolerated in our communities. But, Mr. Speaker, more work needs to be done. Our government is taking community safety very seriously. That is why our government is strengthening bail laws, cracking down on repeat violent offenders, and taking action on auto theft, home invasions, human smuggling, and drug trafficking. We will continue to take the leadership working with our communities to build safer neighborhoods and for
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Northumberland Clark.
Israel has a right to defend itself, including by disarming Tehran's nuclear program. We should all hope that this is the end of the regime's nuclear program and that the great Persian people can now rise up to reclaim their country from this totalitarian regime. Sadly, anti-Semitism has been on the rise here in Canada. Can the government please tell us the extra steps that they will take to protect Canada's Jewish community from anti-Semites who might use the recent events as an excuse for violence?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. It's important on two fronts. It's important to remember always that Israel has the right to defend itself. Israel has the right to continue to make sure that it is safe and secure. At the same time, this government is committed to take action against the scourge that is anti-Semitism every day in our world. We will continue to stand up and defend Jews in this community to make sure they're safe. Thank you.
No member for Northumberland Clark.
In the Auditor General's scathing report on Tuesday, we learned the Liberals failed to put in place the necessary safety, procedures, and controls to safeguard Canadian taxpayer dollars. The result? $64 million to ArriveScan's primary contractor, GC Strategies. Canadians work so hard for their money, Mr. Speaker. When will that money be returned? Will everyone in this House vote with Conservatives to get Canadians' money back?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we thank the Auditor General for her work. Obviously, we can all agree in this House that misconduct of any kind in our procurement processes is completely unacceptable. It's notable that we've terminated all contracts and suspended security clearance for GC Strategies. An investigation and assessment were undertaken, and GC Strategies was deemed ineligible from receiving government contracts for 7 years. This matter has been referred to the RCMP, and legal matter is ongoing.
Member for Northumberland Clark.
We hear those same talking points over and over again. However, the only guarantee that we can have that taxpayer dollars will actually be protected is a change in leadership. Liberals keep getting rich, Canadians keep getting the tax bill, and why on all heavens was the ministers promoted instead of fired?
Lecture Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I know all of us can agree in this House that misconduct of any kind in our procurement processes is completely unacceptable. That's why our government has acted on this matter. An investigation was undertaken by HoC. The company in question has been deemed ineligible for receiving any federal government contracts for 7 years, and the matter has been referred to the RCMP, and legal action is ongoing.
The Deputy de Beauce.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, this week the Auditor General released a scathing report on ArriveCan's primary contractor, GC Strategies. This company, with only 2 employees and currently under investigation by the RCMP, got a staggering $64 million from the Liberals. And worse, we don't even know if they did any work. The Conservatives have introduced a motion to ban this company for life. Will all members of this House vote to get Canadian taxpayers' money back?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm more than happy to repeat this as many times as the members opposite would like me to. Our government has taken a firm stance on this matter and said that any misconduct of any kind within our procurement processes is completely unacceptable. We have made improvements in the integrity of the system based on the Auditor General's report and recommendations. We've made sure that GC Strategies cannot no longer receive any government contracts for 7 years, and the matter has been referred to the RCMP for legal action.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, we're asking for a lifetime ban, not 7 years. The budget was $80,000 and the actual cost was $64 million, paid to only 2 people. That's 800 times the budget. It makes no sense. It's the taxpayers of Beauce and Canada who have been stuck with the bill. Why, with the Liberals, are politicians rewarded instead of being punished? The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I know that all of us in this House can agree on one thing, which is that the integrity of our procurement processes is of utmost importance. It's taxpayers' money that's in question, and we take that matter very seriously. We have conducted an investigation through the Office of Supplier Integrity and Compliance. They deemed GC Strategies as ineligible to receive any federal government contracts for 7 years, and we referred this matter to the RCMP for legal action.
The honourable member for Beauce. Another question with no real answer. What would happen if a Canadian family blew over its budget by 800 times? It would go bankrupt. What would happen if a private company executive blew over his budget by 800 times? He'd be fired. So why do we accept that Ottawa spends Canadian taxpayers' money like this with no concrete results? The families of Beauce deserve better, Mr. Speaker. Will the Liberals vote for our motion to permanently strike GC Strategies from the list? Yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, misconduct of any kind in our procurement processes is completely unacceptable. That's why we are making changes to ensure the integrity of our system. We have made sure that GC Strategies has been terminated from all contracts, that they have been suspended, their security clearance has been suspended, and the investigation of HoC has deemed them ineligible for any federal government contracts for 7 years. The matter has been referred to the RCMP, and legal action is underway.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Fisheries Act, the Indian Act, the Navigable Waterways Act, the Official Languages Act, the Income Tax Act, the Labour Code, all the rules and regulations would, under C5, would allow the minister to arbitrarily suspend the operation of those acts. And doesn't our system at least deserve to be seriously studied in committee? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc leader knows full well we've just completed an election campaign where the Prime Minister and leader of our party asked Canadians for a clear mandate to accelerate projects of national interest. That's precisely what this bill before the House will provide for. However, it's not true to say that we will slacken our environmental assessments or our consultations with Indigenous peoples. We're going to do precisely what we said we would do. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. That's what the legislation says. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers, in my view, with all due respect, voted out of fear of the Conservatives' platform. Now the Liberal Party is taking the Conservative platform and implementing it. That is not why Quebecers voted for them. All of us here want to work. I assume we all do. We want to do our jobs seriously and completely. We want to look at how this is going to affect our system. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, you won't be surprised to hear that I don't agree with our friend from the Bloc. I don't agree that we took Conservative policy and made it our own. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, page 1 of our election platform, the very first page of our platform, talks about building one economy in Canada instead of 13. And it talks about being able to realize projects of national interest for the first time in a long time. And that's why so many other parties are in agreement with us. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie. Mr. Speaker, C5 gives the Minister the power to put a gag on Parliament and bypass environmental assessments without consulting Quebecers. It allows for ministers. The Prime Minister has appointed ministers without mandate letters that clearly set out what needs to be done. So there's no debate here, no transparency, and as little accountability as possible. Do the Liberals actually think this is what Quebecers expect of a minority government?
Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I find that our Bloc colleagues are missing our former Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. I think it's important to point that out. So, on the contrary, Mr. Speaker, what we've put before Parliament is a bill that would allow the Government of Canada, in partnership with the provinces and territories and Indigenous peoples, it would allow us to build major projects that will move the Canadian economy forward. We're talking about important developments in renewable energies. That's what Canadians expect from this Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General confirmed what we already knew. $64 million was handed to a two-person company with no proof of work done. No security clearances, no deliverables, no competition. This was about enriching Liberal insiders, not about serving Canadians. So, Speaker, I ask, will everyone in this House stand with taxpayers and vote for our Conservative motion to get Canadians their money back?
Not the Liberals. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we can all agree in this House that the integrity of our procurement processes is of utmost importance, and certainly taxpayers are owed some answers. This company has been referred to the RCMP, and legal action is underway. We've also ensured that they can no longer enter into any contracts with the federal government for 7 years. Thank you.
A member for Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal way is the harder that you betray Canadians, the more your friends reward you. Right. The Auditor General laid out a staggering failure. 82% of GC Strategies contracts got no value for Canadian taxpayer money. Yet the Liberal ministers were all promoted under this new Liberal elitist Prime Minister. Canadians are paying the price for corruption while the insiders cash checks for doing nothing. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask, is this corruption the Liberal definition of merit-based appointments?
Yeah.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm happy to repeat it for my colleagues again. GC Strategies has been deemed ineligible by the Office of Supplier Integrity and Compliance for any entering into contracts with the federal government. The matter has been referred to the RCMP and legal action is underway.
Sir, Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General confirmed that GC Strategies, just a two-person company, was paid $64 million by this Liberal government. In nearly half the cases, there's not even any proof that any work was done. Departments ignored the rules and approved payments without deliverables. That's not just mismanagement, it's a betrayal of taxpayers. Will the Liberal government finally do the right thing and support our Conservative motion to finally get their Canadians their money back?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, misconduct of any kind in our procurement process is completely unacceptable. We agree with members opposite. That's exactly why we've acted on this matter. We've conducted an investigation and assessment. The company in question has been deemed ineligible from any federal government contracts for 7 years, and the matter's been referred to the RCMP for legal action.
The member for Surrey, Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, while the Liberals were stumbling around clueless, GC Strategies cashed in. The minister responsible weren't fired, they were promoted. Let that sink in. Failure led to reward.
That's terrible.
This is a pattern with these Liberals. Connected consultants profit, ministers fail upwards, and Canadians are left holding the bill. Why is it with these Liberals, the more you waste, the more you win, unless you're a Canadian taxpayer?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Misconduct of any kind in our procurement process is completely unacceptable. That's exactly why we have acted on this matter, ensured that there's an investigation. The company in question is no longer eligible to enter into contracts with the federal government, and the matter has been referred to the RCMP. Legal action is ongoing.
Member for St. Albert's, Surgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General found no proof of work in nearly half of the contracts awarded to GC Strategies. These Liberals gave millions to GC Strategies to do literally nothing. Taxpayers deserve a refund, and they deserve a refund now. So, will the Liberals support our Conservative motion to get taxpayers their money back, yes or no?
A good question.
Good question,
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we agree, as I've said, that the integrity of our procurement process is of utmost importance to Canadians. That's exactly why we have deemed this company ineligible to enter into contracts for the next 7 years, and we've referred the matter to the RCMP. Legal action is ongoing.
Member for St. Albert, Surgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, do you know what it's called when a company submits an invoice and accepts payment for work that wasn't done? It's called fraud. It's called theft, and under these Liberals, GC Strategies robbed taxpayers for millions.
Right.
Will the Liberals finally take responsibility and vote with Conservatives to get taxpayers their money back?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Of course, misconduct in our procurement process at any moment is completely unacceptable. That's exactly why our government has acted on this matter. We've done so responsibly. We've ensured the integrity of the system. We've ensured this company can no longer do any business with the federal government for 7 years. The matter has been referred to the RCMP, and legal action is ongoing.
The Honourable Member for HoC Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, since yesterday we've heard the government trying to offer us half-baked solutions to a problem that has cost taxpayers dearly. Arrive can. But it seems to have become a habit on the Liberal side to start fires, try to put them out, and then pat themselves on the back for failing. The latest example is the $60 million in public money given to GC Strategies, a two-person basement operation. Will the government support our motion to ban GC Strategies for life and demand Canadians get their money back? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker.
Great to rise again and answer this question. Obviously, I've done so numerous times in this question period, and I'm happy to do so continuously for the remaining time that we have together today. GC Strategies is no longer able to enter into government contracts for up to 7 years. That's an investigation that we triggered, and the matter has been referred to the RCMP, and legal action is ongoing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers did not give the Liberals a blank check when they elected a minority government. But that's what the Liberals are asking for today by preventing debate on C5. They want a blank check to govern by order in council and decide everything when it comes to energy projects. A blank check to impose pipelines on Quebecers without their consent and without a serious environmental assessment. What's more, they want a blank check to pass it without debate and without study. Will they respect Quebecers and let Parliament do its job? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, what we heard from Quebecers was their confidence in 44 Liberal members here in the House who speak out loud for Quebec and every day reflect the urgency, the urgent need for action on the economy and on promising projects of national interest that will create jobs from coast to coast, one economy instead of 13. Let's go, Canada. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Bill C5, which the government is trying to ram through, is an insult to Indigenous peoples. The Liberals want to give themselves the power to decide everything by order in council when it comes to energy projects. They will approve projects first in Ottawa, and only then, when the decision is final and irreversible, will they pretend to consult Indigenous peoples. This is a sham, Mr. Speaker, which directly contravenes Indigenous peoples' right to self-determination, territorial sovereignty, and reconciliation. Will the Liberals back down and respect First Nations and enter into a real dialogue with them?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Indigenous leaders across the country, their voices matter. That's why we're investing in real consultation with $40 million to support Indigenous engagement, in addition to establishing an Indigenous Advisory Council. This legislation will be an economic game changer for Indigenous peoples.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
The Prime Minister says he wants to build, baby, build, but he can't even get the BC NDP to build Canadian ships for Canadian taxpayers in Canada. Instead, this Liberal government is letting BC Ferries send good-paying union jobs to a Chinese shipyard, even as China punishes our exporters with tariffs. Shame. What happened to elbows up? How is this Liberal government going to build one economy out of 13 if it can't even convince BC to support Canadian steel, Canadian infrastructure, and Canadian workers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share the opposition's concern regarding the procurement practices across all levels of government, especially at a time when Canadian workers are battered by tariffs from China and the United States. But now, more than ever, we must support Canadian workers and industries while also working in close partnership with our allies and trading partners. Of note, Mr. Speaker, this particular project was not undertaken by the federal government. BC Ferries is entirely under provincial jurisdiction.
The member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, this government might like to put its head in the sand, but Canadian workers are struggling and China is deliberately targeting them. Canadian canola, seafood, and pork have all been hit with punishing tariffs. This government is standing by while a critical infrastructure contract goes to a Chinese state enterprise. Shameful. China uses trade as a weapon and detains our citizens. Is this the Liberals' economic strategy? Let China take our jobs, jail Canadians, and punish our exporters while Canadian industries get left out in the cold?
Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, through you, thanks for the question. Number one, we have an important legislation, the One Canadian Economy Act, that is going to be focusing on creating one economy out of 13, which is Canadian goods, Canadian services, mobility, people working across the country with very little restrictions, reducing trade barriers. So when it comes to this government, Mr. Speaker, it's Canada first, always.
Member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of good-paying Canadian jobs were lost this week when BC Ferries announced the purchase of 4 new ships, not from shipyards here in Canada, but from shipyards owned by the Chinese Communist Party. This despite BC Ferries receiving more than $36 million in taxpayer money from this Liberal government, taxpayer money that is now subsidizing jobs in China, a country that has kidnapped Canadian citizens and has unjustly tariffed our farmers and our fishermen. Will this Liberals government stop pretending they're helpless, show leadership, and demand these ships are built in the best country in the world, right here in Canada?
Secretary, the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share the concern and I share the outrage. The reality is that this particular project, again, is under provincial procurement standards, regulations, and oversight. But I will tell you this, when it comes to this federal government, to everyone in this chamber, it is going to be Canadian first, always.
A member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, no pipelines means no jobs for hardworking employees at Everaz Steel in Regina. My question is, how can these Liberals get pipelines built if they're looking for consensus? What does consensus mean, Mr. Speaker? And will they use Canadian steel to build these pipelines?
Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and 13 premiers got together. They agreed on 5 criteria to get projects of national interest built. If the honourable member across the aisle wants to get people working in Saskatchewan, he should support the One Canadian Economy Bill.
Member for Regina Louvain.
Can you imagine driving to work every day, wondering if that's the day you're going to get a layoff? For 10 years, these Liberals have had anti-development policies like Bill C-69, Bill C-48, emissions cap, and the industrial carbon tax. These hardworking men and women deserve a lot better answer than that. Will this government be like the old government? New guy, same as the old guy. No pipelines. Pipelines deserve to be built in this country. They run our economy. Will they use Canadian steel and pipelines?
Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, if the honourable member wants to get people working again, the One Canadian Economy Act is designed to get projects of national interest built. That will get steel workers back to work. That will get aluminum workers back to work. That will get forest products industries back to work. Please support the bill.
The honourable member for Prescott Russell Cumberland.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Prime Minister announced that Canada's new government is rebuilding, rearming, and reinvesting in the Canadian Armed Forces. And with this increase in defence investment, Canada will achieve NATO's 2% target. Canada will lead with values the world respects, the resources the world wants, and an economy that leads the G7. Can the President of the Treasury Board share with the House why these investments are so important?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I want to welcome the member from Prescott Russell Cumberland to the House of Commons. This new government has done what Conservative never could. We now have a plan to meet our NATO 2% commitment at half a decade earlier than scheduled. We promised Canadians that new Liberal government would take bold and decisive actions. Promise made and promise kept, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Economists and bankers, most bankers that is, know that investment goes to countries where they are welcomed. For 10 years, this Liberal government has sent clear messages that investment in oil pipelines are not welcome in Canada unless it's destined for the United States at a discount. What's next? Canada's mineral resources? Surely the Prime Minister knows that no one is building a pipeline in Canada with Liberal anti-energy laws on the books. Or is it the Prime Minister's plan to keep Canadian oil and gas in the ground?
Good question.
Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, in Saskatoon, the Prime Minister and 13 premiers got together to talk about how we build projects of national interest. Those projects of national interest will include roads, highway pipelines. They will include transmission lines. They will include renewable resources. If the honourable members on the other side of the House want to see many projects built, they should support this bill.
Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Diversifying your trade has been the goal of this Liberal government, but an article posted last night by The Economist states that the United States will be granted first rights of refusal on Canadian minerals. Before going to Washington, Mr. Carney asked officials to list the Canadian products that Mr. Trump needs the most. Rare earth elements and critical minerals top that list. It looks like the Liberals want to give first rights of refusal to our critical minerals, limiting our ability to sell to the world and diversify our economy. Is the Prime Minister negotiating guaranteed access to Canada's minerals to the United States?
Order. Order. Just a reminder not to use members' proper names. The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Mr. Speaker, mining is crucial to our economy, and with Canada facing American tariffs, we must support mining workers. That's why we will speed up permitting of new mines by cutting red tape and approving projects within 2 years. This will be in Canada's national interest. This will make Canada stronger. This will make us more sovereign.
Member for Portage-Lisgar.
The Liberals have flip-flopped on pipelines more than a fish out of water. The Prime Minister claims he wants to make Canada an energy superpower, but Mr. Speaker, talk is cheap. If he's serious, he must repeal a decade's worth of Liberals' anti-energy laws. The No New Pipelines Act? Toss it. The shipping ban? Send it out to sea. The job-killing oil and gas production cap? Scrap it. And the industrial carbon tax? Kick it to the curb. When will the Prime Minister realize that we will never get a new pipeline built in this country without repealing these disastrous Liberal anti-energy laws?
Hear, hear.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been clear, and we have been clear, that to be an energy superpower, we need to make sure that we are low risk, low cost, and low carbon. What we have seen from the Conservatives when they were in government was that they didn't get projects built because they didn't do environmental assessments and they did not consult with Indigenous peoples. So if they want to see things built and built properly, I hope that they will support us in working on national interest projects that support our country.
The member for Portage-Lisgar.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that sounds a lot like that cheap talk that I mentioned. The Prime Minister said he will support a pipeline if there's consensus. But his Environment Minister is spinning an entirely different story. This week I asked her point blank to define consensus, and she shrugged her shoulders and said, "What consensus?" Well, I'm happy to tell the Minister what it means. Polling shows that 3/4 of Canadians support an east-west pipeline, with premiers also backing the idea. So if that's not consensus, what is? Will the Prime Minister set the record straight and define consensus for Canadians and tell us who, if anyone, holds a veto over a new pipeline project?
The Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, if he would like to remember the conversation on Monday evening, he'll remember what I actually said, which was that we saw an amazing moment of Canadians coming together, premiers and our Prime Minister, all talking about how we can do what Canadians have asked us to do, which is to build a strong Canada. The division that we see is from the Conservatives. We're going to work in favour of what Canadians want to see, which is to build a strong, united, sovereign Canada.
That's right.
Member for Terra Nova, the Peninsulas.
Mr. Speaker, because of this government's economic failures, Newfoundland and Labrador is once again dependent on equalization payments from the West. And Newfoundland's employment has been entangled with the West for decades. So we understand that when the West does better, all Canada does better. But in order for the West to succeed, they need to get their resources to market. Now, Mr. Speaker, will this Liberal government repeal C-69 that stops new pipelines, repeal C-48 that blocks our shipping exports, and remove production caps so all of Canada can prosper?
Minister of the Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to echo again what so many of my colleagues have said today. We are focused on building the economy in Canada, of working with premiers and provinces and territories building a strong Canada so provinces like mine and the member opposite, Newfoundland and Labrador, who is rich in natural resources, will be part of these projects that we will get built in record time and will benefit everyone in this country.
Member for Caribou, Prince George.
After a decade of failed drug policies, increasing deaths, and revolving door prisons, these soft on crime Liberals still don't get it. Another drug bust in Williams Lake has resulted in a repeat offender being caught with so-called safe supply, arrested in the morning and released the very same day. If the minister won't take them off the street for good, will he at least stop giving them free drugs to sell?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. President, the Strong Borders Act will combat organised crime, protect the integrity of our immigration system, equip law enforcement with the tools they need to strengthen our border. And Bill C2 is also contributing to our crackdown on fentanyl trafficking with important measures to support law enforcement, such as improving interagency intelligence sharing and empowering law enforcement to intercept and search shipments suspected of smuggling illegal drugs.
Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Tyler Dunlop, 17. Sydney McIntyre Starco, 18. Evelina Baldelli, 16. Camilla Sward, 14. Elliot Yurchuk, 16. Mathis Boyven, 15. Darian Clayton Fleet, 18. Nakia Sugar, 15. Catherine McParlin, 19. Logan Williams, 16. Chayton Point, 13. Brianna McDonald, 13. The leading cause of death for youth in my province of British Columbia is overdose. Kids. And they're dying. If this isn't a crisis, what is?
Well done. Parliamentary Secretary of State, combating crime.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Canada's new government takes this incredibly seriously. The fact of the matter is the global rise of fentanyl has torn through our communities and our families. That's why this government has committed to hiring 1,000 new CBSA workers and 1,000 new RCMP personnel to take the fight to the bad guys. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for King Vaughan.
Speaker, auto thefts are up 46%. Violent crime is up 50%. And just yesterday, York Region Police arrested 4 suspects in a violent auto theft in Vaughan, where 2 of them were repeat offenders. This is the result of failed Liberal laws like Bill C5 and C75. Even the Mayor of Vaughan and the Chief of York Region Police are calling for an end to catch and release madness. Would any Liberal who thinks this is acceptable kindly explain this to the residents of King Vaughan?
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Look, the fact of the matter is this new government is committed to, like I said in the previous question, taking the fight to the bad guys. We are committed to hiring 1,000 new CBSA workers and 1,000 new RCMP personnel. This comes back to the Strong Borders Act, and I expect the honourable member to support us in making sure that the police services have access to the resources they need.
A member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has been 5 years since the Liberal government pushed through their order in council targeting responsible firearms owners with a confiscation scheme. 0 individuals have had their firearms bought back, yet gun crimes have gone up 116%. As a person with an RPAL, which, by the way, is restricted possession and acquisition, if the minister still doesn't know, the statistics baffle me. Why won't this Liberal government focus on criminals, make our streets safe, and leave our responsible firearms owners alone?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the gun buyback program is a serious program to ensure the safety of our communities. Already, 12,000 firearms have been bought back and 10,000 have been destroyed. The buyback program provides fair compensation to businesses and will soon provide it to firearm owners. We will soon be meeting with people from the RCMP firearm warehouse for further discussions, and we will seek to understand concerns surrounding the program. The Honourable Member for Mont Saint Bruno L'Acadie. Mr. Speaker, people in my riding of Mont Saint Bruno L'Acadie often speak with me about the importance of protecting Canada in a world that is increasingly dangerous, from the west to the east, To the north and, of course, in Quebec, we all must respond to the international situation and build Canada strong. Could the Minister of National Defence describe to this House the new investments that the government is making in defence? Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague from Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie for his hard work. Our government has just revealed a plan to rebuild, re-equip, and reinvest in our Canadian Armed Forces. The Prime Minister has announced a generational of investment of over $9 billion. This means that we will reach the 2% NATO target this fiscal year. When it comes to something as important as Canadian defence and security, Canadians can count on their new government.
Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
After 10 years of these tired old Liberals, the cost of housing has doubled, putting the dream of ever owning a home out of reach for so many Canadians. But it has also aggravated the homelessness crisis, which, incidentally, the current housing minister, when he was mayor of Vancouver, said he would eliminate. Well, today, with 28,000 British Columbians without secure housing, many living on the streets, will the minister acknowledge that 10 years of big spending announcements and photo ops has failed to deliver real results for Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I joined this government because we have a credible plan for affordable housing.
Hear, hear.
We are building on the past success of this government in that regard. Our first measure includes a cut to the GST for new homeowners. We're also looking to launch Build Canada Homes, and we'll be working alongside our municipalities to decrease development charges while making sure that municipalities remain whole.
Hear, hear. Member Central Newfoundland.
Fishermen and farmers feed families. This season, Chinese tariffs on harvests from the land and the sea are impacting livelihoods of those that depend on markets in China. These tariffs are a direct result of this Liberal government's bungling of trade relations with China. Tariffs that range from 25% on lobsters to 100% on canola. My question to the Minister of International Trade is, when can farmers and fishermen expect this Liberal government to fix the mess they've made so they can get relief from Chinese tariffs?
Minister for International Trade.
At all times defend our national interests and the best interests of Canadians. Last week, I sat down with the Minister of Commerce for China, Minister Wong, to talk about some of these issues that we're working through, whether it's canola, beef, pet food. These are some of the issues that came up at the table. We agreed to launch the JETC Commission, which is the Joint Economic Trade Committee, to work through some of these issues because we know we need to continue to open new markets for Canadians. Thank you.
Member Central Newfoundland.
Mr. Speaker, it's time for that minister to go to sea in a gale of wind on a fishing boat or get some dirt under his nails on a farm with our hard-working farmers. Clearly, there's no respect for those that toil to feed their families and everybody else's family and to play such a crucial role in food security for Canada. Amen. So will the minister get relief from Chinese tariffs, or are fishermen and farmers just collateral damage in a trade war that these Liberals don't know how to fight?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade. The Honourable Minister for Fisheries.
I would like to say once again to my colleague across the aisle, repeat of what was said in the last question. The fact is that Canada is working to protect workers, and rather than slogans and misinformation and just negativity, we are actually doing the work of opening dialogue actively on the ground to ensure that the workers in Canada are protected. We will have Canadians back.
Member for Mississauga Centre.
This new government is working to build new economic and security relationships. One of the most important sectors of economic and export potential is defense. Earlier this week, the Prime Minister announced a $9.3 billion investment. This is a generational investment and will create thousands of jobs. As part of this new government's plan to expand into new export markets, can the Minister of International Trade tell this House how he plans to help diversify defense and trade?
The Minister for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, through you, I want to thank the honourable member from Mississauga Centre for that question and congratulate him on his recent election win. I recently attended CanSec, Canada's largest defence trade show, and it had over 40 international delegations present. It was an opportunity for me to meet with industry leaders, connect with international delegations, and see world-class innovation firsthand. Mr. Speaker, this industry supports over 200,000 jobs in communities across the country, in Mississauga, in Brampton, across many others, including Halifax. We have what the world needs, and I look forward to showcasing Canada's aerospace and defence companies in global markets to grow exports and create jobs here at home.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Physical activity is recognized by virtually every major medical association as a primary way to prevent and cure many of the chronic diseases affecting our society, like cancer, heart disease, lung disease, and diabetes. Our country is more sedentary than ever before, our youth are moving less and less, and hospitals everywhere are struggling. How will the government show leadership on the physical activity file to invest in prevention rather than simply waiting to cure? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, prevention is very important for Canadians, and we will work in collaboration with the healthcare sector to make a difference through sport. I'm proud of all we have accomplished so far, and I walk 8.2 kilometers a day, so I can set an example.
The Prime Minister and Pierre Poilievre both want to roll out the red carpet for Prime Minister Modi to attend the G7 summit in Canada, knowing that Modi refused to cooperate with the RCMP in the investigation of the murder of Niger and other homicides on Canadian soil. The Prime Minister won't say if he knew Jagmeet Singh's life was in danger and was under surveillance by gang members suspected of working for the Indian government. Poilievre's excuse is that he refused to get the security clearance, but the Prime Minister has none. Will the Prime Minister rescind the invitation and demand India's full cooperation in the Niger murder and other cases?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for that question. She has raised several issues at the same time. Let me just say that the G7 is a huge opportunity for Canada to exercise leadership on the world stage. Our sovereignty, our security and prosperity are tied to global security. At the same time, Canada is a country of the rule of law. We have cases before the RCMP. We will continue to have those investigations. We will continue to ensure that Canadians are safe at home and abroad.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Israel has bombed dozens of sites in Iran, including residential homes, causing hundreds of casualties, including children. Netanyahu is leading the region into yet another war where civilians will pay the price. Canadians with loved ones throughout the Middle East are terrified of what comes next. We need de-escalation, diplomacy, and rule of law. Will Canada condemn this latest escalation, finally commit to real nuclear disarmament, or will they stand with the Conservatives against international law?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I thank the honourable member for the question. However, I begin by saying Israel has the right absolutely to defend itself within the bounds of international law. At the very same time, we have a responsibility to de-escalate this situation. Our minister has been very clear that this escalation will not help. We have several priorities. We want to ensure that hostages are released. We want to ensure humanitarian aid is delivered. We want an immediate ceasefire. Canada will exercise every diplomatic tool we have to ensure that peace is our ability is brought to a fore.
And that concludes question period for today. Daily routine of business. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Ministers. Rapport de délégation
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114 and the motion adopted by the House on Thursday, June 5th, 2025, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House.
Well done. Well said. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 5th, 2025, the report is deemed concurred in. Dépôt de projet de
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion. Présentation de...
Presenting petitions.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand this time.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I wish to inform the House that the volume earpieces will now be reset. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, resuming debate on government business number 1 concerning proceedings on Bill C-5, an act to enact the Free Trade and Labour Mobility in Canada Act and the Building Canada Act.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Lakeland, and remind her that she does have unlimited time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, thank you to my colleagues. As I said before, question period, C5 is the opposite of inherent clarity and certainty. Now, the Prime Minister and the Minister both claim the projects that provincial and territorial premiers submit to federal politicians, who will then themselves determine whether they're in the national interest, will be approved within 2 years. Except there's not a single concrete timeline in this bill. This is familiar because it's the same claim they made about Bill C-69, but included so much political interference and so many tools for the Commission or for politicians to start, stop, extend, and restart the reviews ad infinitum that there were no concrete timelines in C-69 either. But in C-5, listen to this, the words 2 years literally do not exist. But since the Liberals claim this bill is a reaction to U.S. energy dominance and economic threats to just now start trying to make Canada stronger, they should also look at the U.S. timelines to make sure Canada can compete and beat them to approvals and to market. Now, I'm sorry to say that 2 years was definitely competitive with the IRA 3 years ago when Conservatives first called for the Liberals to match it. And it still is now overall. But the U.S. now has emergency permitting procedures that approve nuclear, oil and gas, mining, and uranium projects on federal lands between 16 and 28 days. And their overall regulatory process is also set to be expedited. So if the Prime Minister said that this is a crisis, he should match his action to that crisis. So Bill C-5 doesn't actually impose 2-year timelines by law in Canada, but if policy decisions afterwards actually do execute the 2-year timetable the Liberals promise, that may end up still keeping Canada lagging behind anyway. I think it's safe to say these Liberals are always and often too little too late. The process is entirely secretive. That means no clarity, no timeline, no certainty, no trust in the Bill C-5. Indigenous leaders from all different perspectives are raising concerns already. I have to say that it was quite astounding to watch my colleague, one I admire very much, the former Enoch Chief, Treaty 6 Grand Chief, and Conservative MP for Edmonton Northwest, and I, by the way, come from Treaty 6, question the Minister about whether he understands and has consulted with Indigenous rights holders. The Minister named important advocacy groups for Indigenous people, but quite obviously either didn't know or couldn't affirm that he has consulted with actual rights and title holders, even though one of the factors is to advance the interests of Indigenous peoples, but he hasn't talked to them yet. He is a decision maker by his own law, and courts have been clear about the duty for decision makers to be at the table with Indigenous leaders and to make a dynamic effort to address and mitigate adverse impacts. I'm just not sure that the setup of an Indigenous Advisory Council will stand up to challenge about which all Canadians should be concerned. Meanwhile, Canadians wait. Projects stay stalled in the queue. Billions in investments sit idle. Families lose out on good jobs because of Liberal delays, red tape, and uncertainty. Bill C-5 doesn't fix the real problems. Rather, it gives a way for a select politically hand-picked list to circumvent all the laws and policies the Liberals previously and elsewhere argue are just critical. They're the most crucial for the environment, economies, communities, and Indigenous people. Laws that, by the way, these Liberals howl about anytime Conservatives dare to criticize, question, or try to improve them. That list includes the Fisheries Act, the Indian Act, the International River Improvements Act, the National Capital Act, Canadian Navigable Waters Act, the Migratory Birds Convention Act of 1994, Section 98 of the Canada Transportation Act, the Canada Marine Act, the Division 3 of Part 7 of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act of 1999, the Species at Risk Act, the Canadian Energy Regulator Act, the Migratory Bird Sanctuary Regulations, the Dominion Water Power Regulations, Wildlife Area Regulations, Metal and Diamond Mining Effluent Regulations, and the Migratory Birds Regulations, their own, of 2022. So let's be honest. If the Liberals now want to ignore these laws for their preferred projects, that confirms two things. First, these policies have stopped development for years. And second, even if the Liberals claim they will approve projects in 2 years, that claim only really matters if the projects after approval survive legal challenges, so the proponents can build them on their own timeline and on their own dime. So what happens afterwards is also crucial. What happens when activists challenge their approvals and exemptions in court? And from the list I just read, I dare say that there will be more than a few Canadian advocacy groups of all different kinds concerned about this plan. So what happens when those approvals and exemptions are challenged? What happens when litigation and the weaponization of bylaws and laws from other provinces and other municipalities halts progress again? What will the Liberals do then? Attack their own laws or retreat and refuse to enforce federal jurisdiction like they've done before deliberately to kill pipelines and other projects? So Bill C-5 raises more questions than answers, and Canadians deserve the truth. This bill sets up a process that will help a few and leave most behind. On Wednesday, the Natural Resources Minister said, quote, "I think that what we said is that we do not pick the projects, but they themselves also say projects bubble up from consultations between the federal government, provincial government, Indigenous peoples." And when I asked the same question again about the ministers and cabinet as decision makers, the minister said, quote, "The politicians do not pick the projects." But it's clear both from public communications after meetings with premiers that they are, and Bill C-5 clearly says, quote, "If the Governor and Council is of the opinion that a project is in the national interest, the Governor and Council, otherwise known as Cabinet, may, on the recommendation of the Minister, by order, amend Schedule 1 to add the name of the project and a brief description of it, including the location where it is to be carried out." Well, that language confirms that the minister plays a direct role and is the decision maker. The minister can also remove projects from the list. Quote, "If the Governor and Council is of the opinion that a project named in Schedule 1 is no longer in the national interest, the Governor and Council," that's Cabinet, "may, on the recommendation of the minister, by order, amend that schedule to delete the name and the description of the project." Some certainty. Despite the minister's claims, Bill C-5 shows that political discretion, his discretion, decides which projects stay or go, which project people win and which lose. So already one wonders whether the responsible minister, after my engagement with him on Wednesday night, actually even knows what's being proposed in his own bill. And again, there is a public list of major resource and infrastructure projects ready to go, real projects with real proponents that could be deemed in the national interest and fast-tracked immediately. The 28 mining and energy proposals sitting in front of the regulators that could be fast-tracked right now. It's also curious that one of the acts this government could decide to sidestep through C-5 is the Conflict of Interest and Oversight Act. You know, of course, the Prime Minister refused to disclose his own conflicts or where he paid his taxes, and his businesses preferred to invest in pipelines and energy in the U.S. and overseas, not in Canada. But already, this sure looks like the same scandal-plagued backroom dealing Liberals, doesn't it? It should also concern all Canadians that the plan in C-5 is for most of the specifics to be dealt with through policy and regulations afterwards, not transparently and clearly in the law more inherent uncertainty. This bill also mixes public and private infrastructure, while the ministers won't give details about the projects. So Canadians would be wise to consider the lack of distinction and whether the Liberals will continue their state corporate financing schemes that always put taxpayers at risk while insiders benefit. Canadians don't want backroom deals. They want a system that works. They want government to clear the path for Canadian responsible resource development by Canadian workers with Canadian materials. Now, the Liberals also keep talking about the need for consensus on projects, and they mean especially for pipelines. But neither they nor Bill C-5 defines what that involves. Consensus from the anti-pipeline environment and culture ministers, consensus from half the anti-energy Liberals who still are in the Liberal cabinet while they try to sound like Conservatives and are actually diametrically opposed to what they've said and done for a decade. I mean, it's amazing they can stand here and look at us with straight faces and do that. The Liberals claim they want consensus, but Canadians know they don't even have it in their own cabinet, and C-5 sets out cabinet as the decision makers. Consensus from all provinces, even though some have before and already say no again, even though interprovincial pipelines for export are indisputably federal jurisdiction. So what will this Liberal government that previously failed to enforce federal jurisdiction and the rule of law, that let activists and other levels of government weaponize laws and bylaws against proponents who already had approval? That failure is exactly what forced the private sector proponent for TMX to abandon their attempts to build, because the federal government didn't use its tools to give legal, political, and jurisdictional certainty for the private sector proponent to go ahead, even after they approved it, after they risked it, ended up buying it, and then created a costly, delayed, nationalized project, a dangerous signal to all investors that Canada is a place where the private sector can't build and government will always rely on taxpayers. Also, are the Liberals aware that there already is a very strong consensus among everyday Canadians everywhere across this country that Canada needs more pipelines? It's been for a long time that way, but it is growing. It's higher than ever before. The latest data shows 79% of Canadians overall, and guess what? 86% of Quebecers want more pipelines for national energy security and resilience. A supermajority of Canadians are in consensus, so it's time for the Liberals to stop delaying, dithering, and dodging if they really mean all their suddenly new and plagiarized words about wanting Canada to be an energy superpower. Canadians can even be forgiven for skepticism about the broad categories for national interest projects that the premiers push the Prime Minister and ministers to agree. Western Arctic Energy Corridor. Well, Conservatives have always fought for Northerners to make decisions and to get more revenue from resource development to increase Canada's defence and security capabilities in the North. But these Liberals banned unleashing Arctic energy unilaterally from a different country and indefinitely. They also impose massive anti-development areas that also keep Northerners from benefiting from their own natural wealth, a place where there is a humanitarian housing and food crisis and few opportunities for self-sufficiency that aren't related to responsible resource development, if only the government would let them develop it. An Eastern Energy Partnership? Well, these exact Liberals use political interference, changing goalposts at never before or since conditions to force the proponent that had spent years and $1 billion to abandon the nation-building pipeline that would have linked Canada economically and physically for self-sufficiency, self-reliance, and national unity. They killed that east to west pipeline, even though private investors offered to fund it entirely. The pipeline would have connected Canadian energy from coast to coast for self-sufficiency, and they interfered to kill it because of political pressure, even though it too was a proposal strictly in federal jurisdiction. So why should anyone believe them now? Unless what they actually mean is connecting power among the Atlantic provinces, to which Conservatives say the Natural Resources Committee told the government to build interties in 2017. They didn't, and then they tried to study it all over again just a few months ago before Christmas. You know what my advice is? Why don't they just try to get the real simple things done first? A critical minerals pathway? Well, in 2022, these same Liberals announced a critical mineral strategy. How many new mines were approved from it? Zero. For example, Canada still does not export a single teaspoon of lithium. None. While global demand rises and China dominates the global production value and supply chains. In 2024, lithium demand rose 30%, but Canada couldn't provide it because mines in Canada take up to 25 years from concept to shovel-ready under these Liberals. Why should Canadians think 2025's critical minerals pathway will be different? Next stage nuclear? Well, premiers from all across the country call nuclear critical to Canada's energy future, and Conservatives agree. But these Liberals still haven't given a straight answer. Do all nuclear projects qualify for investment tax credits to compete with the U.S., or will it only be accessible for few, like SMRs and large-scale plants, also important? And if the Liberals are serious about one project, one review, why don't they fix the fundamental problem instead of the short-term C5 queue-jumping workaround? Nuclear, for which Canada has long been world-renowned and viewed as an expert by other countries, proposals already face two reviews, an impact assessment and a full review by the expert Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. Why? Why can't there be a one project, one review process like Conservatives have always promoted and get things built? And why couldn't the minister say definitively that existing nuclear proposals stalled in review right now are in the national interest? Canada can't attract investment when the rules are vague, shift, and politicized. Businesses and workers need clarity, not confusion and more questions. Infrastructure for trade diversification. Well, this kind of government can't even get roads built, and the culture minister said he doesn't think Canada needs any more anyway. The Webequie Supply Road Project, the Martin Falls Community Access Road, and the Northern Road Link Project, all backed and co-owned by Indigenous communities that would unlock the Ring of Fire, remain locked in the regulator right now. So forgive us for suggesting that government cannot unleash critical minerals if it can't even get the roads built to develop and transport them, and those roads are the place to start. It's time to stop talking and start approving. Canadians deserve leadership that actually sets attractive, competitive investment conditions so the private sector can build. The track record of these Liberals is the opposite. Projects that promise not only billions for our economy, but jobs for our communities, paychecks for Canadians, and revenue for governments for infrastructure programs. Let's talk about some of those numbers. Here are some of the projects that have been killed by these Liberals. The Grassy Point LNG project, loss of $10 billion. The West Coast Canada LNG project, loss of $25 billion. The Aurora LNG project, loss of $28 billion. Prince Rupert LNG project, the loss of $11 billion. The Pacific Northwest LNG project, loss of $11 billion. The Quispa LNG project, loss of $18 billion. The Energy Saguenay LNG project lost $4 billion. The Frontier Oil Sands Mine project, a loss of $20.6 billion. The Aspen Oil Sands project lost $2.6 billion. The Dunkirk Oil Sands SAGD project, a loss of $2.4 billion. The Muskwa SAGD Oil Sands project, a loss of $800 million. The Carmen Creek Oil Sands project, loss of $3 billion. The Frederick Brook Shale project, loss of $700 million. The Mackenzie Valley Gas Pipeline, a loss of $16 billion. The Energy East Pipeline, a loss of $15.7 billion. The Northern Gateway Pipeline, a loss of $7.9 billion. This is just a few examples of the lost $670 billion in cancelled or suspended projects on these same Liberals' watch. How can the Liberals really pretend to play Team Canada when they've done everything possible to hold Canada back, especially when half the cabinet ministers are exactly the same as the old ones? Now, these Liberals have claimed falsely there was no business case for these projects, except there obviously were to the private sector proponents ready to make major long-term investment, and to all the countries who want more Canada. The Liberals have let Canada's competitors win and they've made Canadians lose. It's not only allies that have surpassed Canada and profited from it because of the Liberals, it's also our adversaries and hostile imperialist regimes who have outgamed and outpaced the West, while politicians here dithered, virtue signaled, and imposed policies and laws that kill Canadian jobs, Canadian businesses, Canadian supply chains, and have made Canada more expensive, more vulnerable, and weak. In March 2022, Latvia, quote, wholeheartedly supports Canadian LNG to cut reliance on Russia. June 2022, Ukraine seeks Canadian LNG. Years into Russia's invasion, Canada still has no East Coast LNG exports because their opponents abandoned the three proposals, actually, just in the last couple of years, Atlantic Canada, because probably in part because the Liberals kept saying there's no business case. Some confidence the Liberals had in Canada, and 10 years of elbows down and resources in the ground made Canada a target, and Conservatives warned them all along. August 2022, Germany begged for Canadian LNG, but the Liberals rejected that ally. Then they made a deal with Qatar, which hides Hamas and gets to rake in billions of dollars and drive in the desert with fancy sport cars and Rolex watches, while Canadians' food prices become the highest in the G7, unemployment rates skyrocket, and the Liberals plan to ban internal combustion engines. In December 2022, Poland looks to Canada for LNG to diversify energy sources, obviously for their national security, but gets nothing. In January 2023, Japan formally requests Canadian LNG. The Liberals refuse. In February 2023, Japan's ambassador, 1 month later, Japan's ambassador says, quote, the world is waiting for Canada. The Liberals keep them waiting. May 2023, South Korea wants Canadian LNG. The Liberals do nothing. In March 2024, Greece's Prime Minister says they absolutely want Canada's LNG, but Liberals refuse to grant export licenses. In April 2024, Poland's president said they would, of course, buy Canadian LNG if Liberals made it available. In May 2024, the Philippines expresses interest in Canadian LNG trade and investment. Nothing from the Liberals. In November 2024, Taiwan wants to buy and invest in Canadian LNG for obvious security reasons and self-reliance in their region that all Canadians should care about. The Liberals block them. In February 2025, Canada refused Japan's, also another obvious security implication, Japan's LNG request. After they had refused Japan's LNG request in 2023, this is what happened in February 2025. The U.S. delivered a multi-trillion-dollar LNG deal to Japan instead. And Mexico has now flown past Canada for LNG exports, while the U.S. is the top in the world. The Liberals started with 15 LNG proposals in 2015. Only 3 were approved, and only 1 is operational now. And by the way, those ones that were the one that's operational now was approved by the former Conservative government and then delayed, put through another review, and made at risk by these Liberals. So we all are lucky that that proponent hung in, and they should not delay on approving its second phase. But during that time, during the loss of 15 LNG proposals in Canada, the U.S. approved 28. 12 approved, 8 under construction, and 8 operational right now. So the U.S. is now the top exporter in the world of LNG. Canada should have been ahead of them and a key partner for North American energy and national security. But the Liberals held Canada back with a distinctly elbows down approach. Except to Canadians, right? It sure gave us 1 or 2 or 10. The Prime Minister says it's elbows up against the United States, but year after year after year, these same Liberals handed the Americans trillions of dollars from Canada on a silver platter. The U.S. must remain Canada's top ally with safe borders and integrated security. And they are our top ally, but there's no doubt that because of these Liberals, the U.S. is also our top competitor, a result of damaging Canadian domestic policy. Now, Conservatives have always been the consistent advocates for certainty, clarity, competitive, and fast approvals to make Canada strong, self-reliant, and united. So, of course, we hope this government act. Yeah, I am still going. Because of course we hope this from this Liberal. So of course we Conservatives hope this government actually can show Canadians that big, audacious, nation-building projects can get approved and built in competitive timelines by the private sector, not by taxpayers. We take seriously our constitutional bound duty and role to oppose. But we also take seriously our job to propose solutions in the best interests of all Canadians. So I will now. The Liberals will need to fix Bill C-5 and make it transparent, clear, and certain. Here's what their amendments must address and clarify: the definition of national interest, transparency of the project list, fulfillment of the duty to consult, not an advisory board, concrete 2-year timelines, and a timeline on the final decision by Cabinet after a recommendation, transparency about the project lists, application of the Conflict of Interest Act and screens for politically connected insider proponents, clarity about the mandate for regulatory reviews to monitor and ensure actual deliverables are achieved on time and on budget, hopefully not on taxpayers' backs. But the real fundamental permanent solution for confidence and certainty in Canada is to repeal or amend significantly all the acts and policies the Liberals admit by C-5 are barriers to build, not a short-term ad hoc case-by-case basis, almost of which all the details will be determined after the bill is law through policy and regulations. That means politicians and bureaucrats will do all this secretly and differently with each project. I mean, I guess that approach fits, since neither the Prime Minister nor the Minister seem to be fond of answering Canadians' questions, or maybe just from women, and both constantly repeat that they won't negotiate in public about their interactions with the U.S., by the way, which Canadians deserve to know about. Their MO already seems to be just like the old guys. It's backroom deals, and that's what C-5 is. Cut Canada's industrial carbon tax that punishes hard work that none of our main competitors have. That tax smothers Canadian steel, aluminum, natural gas, food production, and cement. It chokes competitiveness, forces companies to lay off workers, move operations abroad, and leave towns behind. That's not think globally, act locally environmental stewardship. It's economic self-sabotage. A Canadian government should put Canadian workers, Canadian industries, and Canadian producers first. Yeah, well, we'll get into it, I guess. Set a clear 6-month target with a 1-year maximum to approve major projects, just like Conservatives proposed. Investors cannot wait 10 years for answers or keep giving the same information repeatedly to regulators to be denied or sent back to the beginning at any time. Delay means defeat. Projects need certainty. Workers need timelines. Resources need action. The government must stop talking and start approving. Canada needs a Canada First multi-use national energy corridor and shovel-ready economic zones to unlock our potential. East to west, north to south, pipelines, power lines, highways, and rail, built to connect, not divide, built to move resources from the source to the world, built for Canadian prosperity, sovereignty, and unity. Conservatives believe in common sense solutions. And Canadians, without a doubt, Canadians deserve better. They deserve strong paychecks, real jobs, energy independence, self-sufficiency and security, and national unity. Only Conservatives have fought to achieve Canadians' ambitions and to restore Canada's promise through responsible resource development every single day in every single way. Only Conservatives will stand with the workers who power this country, the families who depend on them, and the businesses that need them. Conservatives will fight for a real plan that unleashes Canadian potential, restores Canada's promise, strengthens our economy, and builds a proud, united, powerful, and self-reliant Canada. Thank you.
Bravo.
The Honourable Government House Leader on a point of order.
Monsieur le Président, ce qui a trait à l'affaire.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that with respect to consideration of government business number 1 at the next sitting of the House, a Minister of the Crown shall move, pursuant to Standing Order 57, that debate not be further adjourned.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated the honourable member's comments. I particularly appreciated the list of suggested improvements. It certainly deserved more than 30 seconds in a 22-hour speech. Now, facts don't always fit narrative was a comment that the member made that was very concerning for her. So I just want to put a few facts on the table that she omitted in her speech here. From 2015 to 2023, global oil and gas production grew 5%. Over the same time, Canadian production grew 29%. That doesn't really sound like Canada falling behind the world. It sounds like Canada being a leader in the world. Another fact would be from 2006 to 2015, the time of the last government, not a single pipeline was built. Another fact I think needs to be on the record there. But let's not talk about the past, because C5 is about building the future. It's about building the strongest economy in the G7. And even in a world that uses less oil, demand for Canadian oil will continue to grow because we and our partners work in an environmentally and socially responsible way. And so my home province of Alberta understands this. That's why we were the first to introduce an industrial carbon tax in 2008.
Order. The honourable member has to have a chance to respond. The honourable member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome to this Liberal from Calgary. I just would like to say it's funny that he started off with taking a jab at me about facts, but just so he knows, my speech was minutes, not hours. But, thanks for that mansplain. And he's just simply wrong. He's just simply wrong. Under the former Conservative government, 4 pipelines were built. Keystone 1, the Alberta Clipper, the Anchor Loop, and there were a Line 9B reversal, as including dozens of pipelines within provinces in every part of the country. And almost every single project that the Liberals risked, delayed, and let languish were actually proposed near the final years of the former Conservative government, because proponents, what are you laughing about? That's literally the timeline. Learn the facts. Because proponents at that time had confidence that Canada was a place where they could get projects built. So thank you to the member for his...
Question et commentaire.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague. Well, I'll give her a chance to put her earpiece on so she understands my tender words. I sit on the Natural Resources Committee with my colleague for Lakeland. We're like an old couple on that committee. So she pointed out some things about the Liberals' record on oil and gas projects, and it reminded me that during the last Parliament, our Conservative friends were in the habit of saying candidly that there was a costly coalition between the NDP, the Liberals, and the Liberal bloc, if you will. And my question is, will the Conservatives support limiting debate? Because if so, we're going to be witnessing a new pseudo-coalition between Conservatives and Liberals. And what should we call that coalition? The honourable member for Lakeland.
Question. I sure do enjoy our time on natural resources together. And even though we come from almost every single issue from opposite worldviews, I do appreciate our respectful and collaborative working relationship, including when we can work together to take on these Liberals as effective opposition parties. Conservatives have always been the party that has advocated for natural resources projects to be fast-tracked for the benefit of all Canadians, and that's the position we continue to hold.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, and I am concerned. The member mentioned something that we hear and see often, and that is that there's too much discretion left to federal ministers within almost every piece of legislation that they bring forth. And of course, we're dealing with lobbying and insider deals and all this type of thing. And yet, when it comes to these projects, a major projects office will be put in place that aims to coordinate between the different departments required for project reviews. This, to me, says at that point the provinces are out of the picture. And should they be part of this decision-making for clear transparency on what's happening within these supposed projects that are being put forward nationally?
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Well, thank you to my colleague for her question, for all her advocacy for energy and resource workers and rural people and those who live in remote and rural areas in Saskatchewan and all across the country. Well, what she's pointed out is exactly the inherent uncertainty in this bill and exactly the questions that Canadians have and that these Liberals must answer. I've got to also share, they said it in the Thrones speech, and they're setting this up now like as if they've got this big, brightest idea ever. But of course, it was the former Conservative government in 2007 that established a National Major Projects Office nationally, and also a National Major Projects Office specific to the West that brought the provinces, territories, Indigenous communities together for energy development for the benefit of all of Canada. And so I think it's fair that Canadians really are asking whether or not they can trust these Liberals.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable colleague from Lakeland. And I appreciated her respect in appreciating working with our friend from the Bloc Québécois. The Greens love working with the honourable member for Lakeland, too. And people will be surprised, perhaps not the member for Lakeland, to find that I voted against Bill C-69 because I think it's really terrible legislation. And one of the things that I think, and we may find we agree, that the member for Lakeland and I both believe that legislation around environmental review should be based on factual criteria that are established in law, not press releases, and that we should keep political discretion to an absolute minimum. That said, I'm wondering, since she has read the legislation C5, how on earth can she vote for it on this abbreviated bulldozer time frame?
Yeah, member for Lakeland.
Well, thank you to the honourable member, and it probably would surprise people that we've had a good working relationship from time to time, even though we too disagree on many different issues or the approach to them based on our different perspectives and also on the differences between the people who we represent, and that's the wonderful democracy and diversity of Canada, isn't it? I absolutely 100% agree with her on this issue, just like we did on C-69, and it is specifically why I am saying that the Liberals must amend this bill to include transparency on the project list and to ensure that all the things they say the bill will do are actually in the law, because as the member has pointed out, only what matters is actually in the law. So hopefully we all can work together as opposition parties to get these guys to fix their work around.
The comments now, member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I always find it interesting the way in which the member opposite, probably more so than any other of the Conservative members, who knows, she could even be the new leader of the Conservative Party at some point. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, the manner in which she tries to portray this false impression, as if the Harper horror years, they were able to develop an inch of pipeline that went to Tidewaters. They didn't. Not even an inch of pipeline went to Tidewater. And my question to the member is, when we take a look at Bill C-5 and the April 28 election, it's important for us to realize that there was a very clear mandate that was given to all political entities in this House, and that was to build a one Canadian economy. Does she not agree that the essence of...
The honourable member for Lakeland.
What I agree with is the fact that we should fast-track natural resources projects and major infrastructure projects and ensure the private sector can get them built in Canada, unlike the last lost anti-development Liberal decade. But I also must mention to the colleague, and I do enjoy our exchanges, and also his personal encouragement, even though we often argue and heckle each other back and forth and show each other no quarter as our colleagues, as our constituents expect. But I would point out to him, of course, that the former Conservative government did approve a dedicated export pipeline to Asia in the safest deep water port, most direct access. Now, if I can just finish, Mr. Speaker, I must be able to, because what happened was then the court ruled, just like they did on the Liberals' consultation, that Indigenous consultation...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte-Acton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank the Liberals and the Conservatives who have demonstrated the necessity for Quebec to become its own country. This is another nonpartisan nation-building effort taking advantage of crises to centralize power in Ottawa. They talked about railways as a sign of national unity in the past. Today they talk about pipelines. Are the Liberals or the Conservatives simply going to kowtow to the Liberals?
Part of that member's question. Oh, okay. I'll just tell, first of all, I'll finish my answer to the other one. So that dedicated export pipeline to Asia was approved by the previous government, by the previous Conservative government. The court did say there was insufficiencies in Indigenous consultation, just like they said about the Liberals on TMX. And the Prime Minister should have redone the Indigenous consultation with the 31 First Nations communities that wanted Northern Gateway and approved it.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, currently, we are facing one of the largest attempts of centralization, meddling, and more besides due to the Prime Minister's business plan. And it all started when Donald Trump was elected. Fear first became a reality, then a political tool, which was used to tell people, be afraid, and support the former governor of the Bank of England. And it worked, so we must defer to the wisdom of the crowds. Our understanding was that people were scared of Donald Trump. But in Quebec, we noticed that eventually they weren't talking about Donald Trump at all. Instead, the Liberals talked to us about the Conservative leader, for better or worse. And I forgot to mention I will be splitting my time with the member for... that's not... Pierre Pouget, Les Patriotes Verchères. There we go. So, in general, and this is not a value budgement, we were told that the Conservatives were a bad thing and that we should be afraid of the Conservative leader because, so it was said, the Conservatives were too close to Donald Trump. When people stopped worrying about the Conservative leader being elected, though it was already late, many voters came back into the Bloc Québécois fold. And this has made it so that we have a certain power here in Parliament, and the House will know it. Because in order to draw votes away from the Conservatives, the Liberal leader drew inspiration from the Conservative platform. Tax cuts, drill, baby, drill. An unfeasible budget plan. Simply unfeasible. Financial frameworks that make no sense whatsoever. And now today, they're talking about $4 billion in gifts to English Canada with not a cent offered to Quebec, $6 billion in tax cuts. Who knows how many billions in cancelled counter tariffs, because that's a bit of a complex file to follow. $9 billion, not to build up the military, but to absorb the cost of increased F-35 cost overruns, plus a plan to increase spending, lower revenues, and restore 2% budget growth. This has been tried time and time again. It has never worked. Math is stubborn in that way. The Liberals are going down the path of the mega project. And at the heart of all that, oil and gas. And that means pipelines. Not just pipelines, but pipelines all the same. Over the short term, this will please some people, but the private sector will not pay a cent. The people will. However, over on the government side, they don't really want to pay for hydropower. They found the PM's buddy, the former leader of Hydro-Quebec. They sat down together and they worked out some kind of a backroom deal, which we could have another discussion about. Before these projects lead to increased revenues for the state, years will go by. And in the meantime, we will be swallowing spending that will make Justin Trudeau look frugal. People in Canada and Quebec will pay thousands of dollars a year in the meantime to address the issue of climate change, which we're now acting like doesn't exist. The government will also trample all over laws and regulations and rules of jurisdiction. They will ignore environmental law, indigenous rights, biodiversity, language laws, tax laws. All to give some minister, who no doubt was sitting around the dinner table with Mr. Sabia, total power, the kind of power that non-democracies can only dream of. The government's rushed approach is looking more and more like they are making it up as they go along. And when you make it up as you go along, that creates risk. This is a reckless approach no matter what party you subscribe to. Quebecers did not vote for this. Now, some people would say, yeah, we elected 44 Liberal MPs. Sure, there's 44 Liberal Quebecois MPs and 11 Quebec Conservative MPs who perhaps will sign up for the Liberal Party at some point. But you never talked about this in your platform. You never set out a business plan. For better or worse, Quebecers voted Liberal out of fear of the Trump Poilievre duumvirate. Now the Liberals have adopted the Conservative platform, and they are working with the Conservatives to put in place that Conservative platform. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers did not vote for this. In fact, they voted against this. And now, as the Liberals begin their mandate, they are silencing a parliament where they do not even have a majority. I don't think the government is going to get away with it that easily. I would hope that the Conservatives have not sold their soul, and if they have, I hope that the Liberals are not buying, because that is not what Quebecers voted for. Quebecers voted for a functional parliament. Quebecers voted for a parliament that respects Quebec. Given the scale and the importance and the unprecedented scope of this bill, a detailed examination is in order. It shouldn't be done on the back of a napkin on a sunny June 12th day. If the government truly has nothing to hide, and that's a big if, this bill should be sent to committee. Ideally in two parts, because it is a two-part bill. After all of us were elected to work in a spirit of transparency. We were elected to carry out the mandate that the population entrusted in us. Opposition MPs are elected to carry out oversight before handing the reins over to the government. We believe that if you examine legislation in detail, that is good for the public. And so, I call on members of Parliament to carry out the responsibility that the public assigned to them. Let us study this bill in committee as it should be studied. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect, I believe the Bloc Québécois leader is misreading the situation. We had an election campaign. We had a long debate. And on the first page of our platform, we said that we would put in place this legislation before Canada Day. That is now exactly what we are doing. Quebecers are dealing with an unexpected economic crisis. All the signs are there. The province is cutting back. Aluminum workers certainly know that they are in a crisis. Our ports are struggling. Quebecers are asking us to act, and that is exactly what we are doing. Does the leader of the Bloc Québécois not agree? I agree about a lot of things, but that is not one of them. We had a debate, but one person is missing. Where's your boss? There were a lot of people gathered in the House. Where was your boss in all this? I was ready to meet him and debate with him. I would have happily debated with Mr. Poilievre as well, though he's not in this House. You tabled the bill before the 1st of July, as you promised. What you did not promise was to trample all over the rules of democracy and ram things down our throat. You gave no one the details of a bill that suspends fundamental Indigenous rights and biodiversity laws, a bill that suspends the rule of law in Canada so long as the Prime Minister and his best friend want to see that happen. The Honourable Member for Louis St. Laurent. Thank you, and I'm going to turn to address the Leader of the Bloc Québécois, congratulate him on his re-election, and on his campaign, because it was a strong campaign. Now, I'd like to circle back to this bill. The bill contains one element that we have been calling for years. One project, one environmental assessment. On May 12th of last year, we actually tabled a bill on this issue. There was a vote on it, and the Bloc voted in favor of the principle of the bill. This means that there would be there wouldn't be a reduplication of environmental assessments. There would be one assessment with the federal and provincial governments working together. The Bloc voted in favor of this principle in the past. Are they in favor of it still? The current bill would get rid of environmental assessments as we understood them and replace them with the whims of a Liberal minister. Now, the Liberals believe in this imaginary scenario of one Canadian economy because it is just imaginary. All provinces must continue to have a say, and all provinces have different economies and different export markets and different economic tools available to them. This is why we are talking about extreme centralization. And the centralization is even worse given that Liberal minister would have the singular ability to suspend long-standing laws. The federal government must not dictate the Quebec environmental assessment process. The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my leader for his excellent speech. It's always great to hear him. I would like to hear him say a little bit more about this line that the Liberals keep bringing up, that there are 44 Quebec Liberal MPs. Given that the Prime Minister doesn't really care about what Parliament has to say, the 44 could be 300 for all it matters. He would silence them all the same. Also, the federal government regularly ignores the voices of the 125 members of the Quebec National Assembly. 25 seconds left. Mr. Speaker, we certainly do not miss the Trudeau government, but it looks like this government will resemble his very much. The only new part about the government is that Trudeau is not part of it. Now, the government claims that Quebecers love them, just love them, but the 125 members of the Quebec National Assembly have opposed this idea of one Canadian economy. We are a unique society. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The situation is a pressing one. And I feel like we're being a little too blasé about it, really. I believe that members are not fully sensitized to how urgent the situation is. We have been sitting for 3 weeks, and now the government is imposing a gag order on a minority government. And why are they doing it? For a bill that we have not debated for even 1 second. They went straight to time allocation. Now, normally, time allocation is used because there is an impasse and there's an emergency going on. So they need to make a certain exception. This is not one of those times. Not one of those times, Mr. Speaker. And worse, they're imposing time allocation on something that will change the face of society, that will radically change how the federal government works. So that's concerning. What is even more concerning is that when you look at the wording of their time allocation motion, it notes that parliamentary committees will just have 1.5 days to study this bill. Witnesses will appear before the committee without there being enough time to propose amendments at the end of the day. That is madness, and yet that is what we are being asked to consider. It's like they believe they're a majority government. We're also seeing Liberals and Conservatives join together to deny democracy. They're trying to ram through a bill that has never been debated before the public. No one has been able to look at the bill in detail. No one has been able to speak on it. Civil society hasn't been able to give its opinion. The media hasn't been able to write about it. Stakeholders have not been able to look at it. And the government moved straight to time allocation. That's serious. This is a major issue. And we're not talking about just any bill here. It's a major piece of legislation. So what does this bill even do? Well, it has 2 parts. One part we are pretty much okay with, even though we found the Liberal arguments about it were somewhat provocative. It talks about labor mobility and free trade of goods and services, all that sort of thing. Not a bad thing. After all, this would be a matter of the federal government stepping away from provincial jurisdiction and saying, we will not stand in your way. So they're lifting trade barriers, but they're lifting federal trade barriers. I certainly don't have any great love for federal trade barriers. I think the same is true for my Bloc colleagues, so we are more or less in favor of that part. But looking at part 2, it's a whole other story.
And this is why we really want to split this bill apart, because this part requires a very detailed analysis. Essentially, in this part, it means that certain laws will not apply for these national level projects. So how will they decide which projects are of national importance? Well, they don't specifically say which projects they are, and they also don't give us enough requirements, because what they offer are simply recommendations, suggested requirements. And it's up to the minister to decide. It's crazy, but it's the reality, Mr. Speaker. And so the criteria would be, for example, to build Canada's resilience, strengthen the economy, protect the country, promote the interests of Indigenous peoples, contribute to the green economy, amongst other non-binding requirements. So essentially, they're using an order to create this list to establish which projects will not have to respect the law. And how are they doing this? They're doing this by an order. That means that there has not been a public debate. We're not getting to hear from everyone deciding whether or not it's a good project. The minister woke up one day and said, I'm going to determine what a good project is. Yes, he has to consult with First Nations and with the provinces, but he just needs to consult, Mr. Speaker. That's it, and then it's done. But what is a consultation? That doesn't necessarily mean that the other party is in agreement. That doesn't necessarily mean that Quebecers or First Nations agree. It just means we spoke to you. That's what that means, Mr. Speaker. And so the minister feels that he has done enough with these simple consultations to use an order and to bulldoze over any other requirements that usually need to be implemented to respect the law. So when the project is being approved, it hasn't actually been examined. That's the power that the minister has with an order. And next thing you know, the project is approved. No public debate. The project is not being reviewed. There are no environmental reviews done for the project. The project is automatically approved. What are the laws and regulations that we're talking about here that would not apply to these projects? There's a whole list in Schedule 2 in the bill: the Fisheries Act, the Indian Act, acts on international waterways, laws pertaining to national capital, the Act on Migratory Birds, an Act on Transport Canada, the Maritime Act, the Endangered Species Act, and acts on impact assessments, amongst others. As if this wasn't already enough, Mr. Speaker, there are regulations that will not apply to these national projects. Migratory birds, the hydraulic acts on marine mammals, on ports, on mines and metals as well as diamonds, and migratory birds, for example. It's quite scary. Looking at this list, it looks like we're just tossing everything to the side here. But that's not all, because at Clause 21 in C5, it says that the minister, through the Governor and Council, can add any other act or regulation to this list by order in Council. So they can bypass the Parliament. They don't have to consult with anyone. What type of acts could be affected by this? Well, for example, the Official Languages Act to bypass the French language, or the Labor Code. One could bypass the Labor Code for these projects, or taxes. One may not have to pay taxes on these projects, or even the Criminal Code, because it's not stated in the Act if the government will do this or not. But the point is that they would have the ability to do so. It's absolutely unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. It's scandalous, and it's hard for me to imagine that my colleagues, for example, the Conservatives, would support this because they're giving a blank check to the government to do whatever they want. And what this shows is that this government is taking inspiration from our neighbors. We are seeing here they're acting arbitrarily in the way that, we were trying to protect ourselves from this foreign government. Now they're acting the same as them. They're acting through orders and ordering councils. Decisions are being made by just the minister himself. They're making exceptions for these projects by an order. And it's unacceptable for the government to decide to pass a bill without giving it a rigorous analysis in committee. And this is a question of our democracy and our political institutions. And in this situation, the government could easily be influenced by lobbyists related to these projects. And at the end of the day, there would be no one to balance out this power that they would have. And then there's also the gag order. That's very important here. So I would like to table an amendment to mitigate the gag order that we have on the floor now. And it is the following. It would be seconded by the MP from Saint-Jean that the motion be amended at line BII. So to replace 3:30 with 10 o'clock, and subsection BIIB. So up until 5:30, replaced by 9:30, and replacing the following. The following individuals be summoned as witnesses for at least an hour each to 2 committee meetings. Second point, the chair of the King's Privy Council and the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Point 3, the Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. Point 4, the Minister of Energy and Climate Change. And point 5, the Minister of Crown Relations. So I would like all these witnesses to come appear on the bill. Thank you.
Monsieur Barcelou
Mr. Barcelou Duval, seconded by Ms. Normandin, is tabling the following motion, that the motion be amended in paragraph B2 by replacing the words, dispense?
À 15h30, des mots.
At 3:30 p.m. with the words at 10 a.m. 2, in subparagraph B2B by replacing the words until 5:30 p.m. with the words until 11:59 p.m. 3, by adding the following after subparagraph B2C with the following. D, the following persons be summoned to appear as witnesses for at least 1 hour each at one of the 2 meetings of the committee. 1, the Prime Minister. 2, the President of the Privy Council of Canada and Minister responsible for Canada-United States trade, intergovernmental affairs, and the unity of the Canadian economy. 3, the Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. 4, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. And 5, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments?
Leader du gouvernement.
The Honourable Leader of the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, respectfully, I think that the Bloc is not seeing the current situation, which is an economic crisis that was provoked by our neighbors south of the border. And you can see the symptoms of this crisis. A lot of anxiety in the aluminum sector, for example. Quebec has faced crises in the past. What did we do? Well, we rolled up our sleeves and we did big things together. If we listened to the Bloc, there wouldn't have been the aluminum sector or the subway in Montreal or Expo 27. There wouldn't have been the Bay James plan, Mr. Speaker. Today, we are up against a crisis. Point of order. It seems that things are not fair right now.
Oui, bien sûr. Quelques secondes.
A few more seconds, Minister. Does the member not agree that Quebecers are able to face these challenges? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I find to be very sad is that up against these challenges, Quebecers and Canadians voted for a minority government, hoping that everyone was going to work together. But what we see here is a government that's closing down debate on a bill that is changing the way in which we're functioning here. And we're not allowing everyone to review this bill. And I think it's extremely disappointing. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations for your first a full day as a speaker. Congratulations. I'd also like to commend my colleague for his interesting speak. He talked about First Nations. Does he not believe that when we're talking about big projects for energy or national resources, that First Nations should not only be consulted with, but should be a partner for prosperity? And that's what we have been looking for and speaking of in our elections campaign for several years. Does he think First Nations should be partners in these projects? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, we have to ask First Nations this question first, because only they can give us an answer. So we're looking at some very serious things in this bill, and my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent seems to be taking this very lightly, and I find that concerning. I hope that that will change before we vote. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, my colleague said it clearly. In this bill, we're asking us to put our blind trust in a minister without having to implement the proper environmental reviews. I have already seen in the past a minister who has had to listen to the industry, do what the industry wanted, despite the fact that people were not in favor of the project. So what really leads us to think that we should trust this government? Don't you think we can see that this bill is a danger to the public? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that history has shown us that whether it's the Liberals or the Conservatives in power, they're always influenced by oil companies. And I think that's probably why this bill was written, probably written in close collaboration with oil companies. But this goes beyond environmental issues. It's also going to overstep into provinces' sovereignty and First Nations rights. It will likely suspend all laws in Canada that aren't of the Constitution. That's the scope of this bill, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we need to make significant amendments to this bill, and we cannot have a gag order on it.
Dufferin Callanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the fantastic member from Northumberland, Clark. Mr. Speaker, before I talk about the actual merits of Bill C-5, I want to set the stage a little bit. The so-called One Canadian Economy Act, which is being brought in allegedly in response to the threats from the South from President Trump. But it's disingenuous at best to talk about that's what this is about. The crisis that is facing Canada is really as a result of the last 10 years of a pretty incompetent Liberal government. And let me just talk about a few facts to back that up. I mean, let's talk about housing. Housing prices have become completely unaffordable. Most young people do not believe that they will ever own a home in their entire lifetime. In Ontario, my home province, we now have 1 million people regularly using food banks. This is a shocking increase from what it was a mere 10 years ago. 10 years ago, the number of people using a food bank in Ontario was about 350,000. So over the course of a decade of Liberal government and management of the economy, they've more than tripled the number of Canadians that are using a food bank. And it gets worse because, again, 10 years ago, the number of people who were full-time employed that were using a food bank was about 8% of those using the food bank. It's now 25%, so that's also tripled. So this is the backdrop of what's been going on in Canada after 10 years of this Liberal government. And they like to say that they're a new government, but in fact, they're not. They are almost entirely comprised of the ministers that were responsible for the files that created the challenges that exist today. Now, the so-called One Canadian Economy Act is going to talk about labour mobility, which is a critical issue. If you're a tradesperson in Canada it is very difficult to go from New Brunswick or Newfoundland over to Alberta where there may be work, or from Alberta, over to New Brunswick or Newfoundland if you're looking for work. Why? Because there's no standard set of safety standards across the country. So each province has their own safety standards, whether it's working from confined spaces, working from heights. So you may have certifications in your home province, and those certifications will not be recognized when you move to another province for work. Now, why is that a problem? Well, the problem is because it could take you 3, 4, 5 days to meet these allegedly different standards within your trade, and you're therefore going to be going 3, 4, 5 days without pay. I know. I've traveled across the country. I've met with skilled trades in the unionized sector, and this is a huge problem. It's a big disincentive for people to actually travel across the country to go where the work is. Now, when they talk about how we need to remove these interprovincial trade barriers, labor mobility is a huge part. And there's a simple solution. It's one that we actually proposed in the election. What we said was we're going to create a blue seal standard for these things across the country. So if you're certified to work from heights in Ontario, if you meet that standard, you can go from Ontario to BC because you've met this new standard. The problem that we have is the government didn't do that in this alleged labor mobility. They're not taking the real step. It's just another example of a lot of talk. It sounds good. Oh, we're going to improve labor mobility. But when you actually look at it, it doesn't actually do anything that it says. It promises to improve labor mobility by recognizing provincial occupation certificates federally. Well, that doesn't help the plumber who's trying to go from Ontario to BC for work. That actually won't do anything for them. Same thing with any other skilled trades. So they actually had a real opportunity to do something to make the lives of working Canadians better, to make labor mobility easier, but of course they declined to do that. So this is a major miss. When they're talking about we need to get the economy moving, then they should have taken real steps to improve labor mobility, especially in the skilled trades. For those of us who know, that spend time meeting with our tradespeople who are the people that build and maintain this country, there's often a boom-bust cycle to that, right? The projects may be booming in Ontario when they're not necessarily booming in Manitoba. So the ability to move from one jurisdiction to the other in order to be gainfully employed is critical. And this is not a new issue. This has been talked about for almost a decade, but they've lacked the political will to actually go and create this standard that would be recognized by all provinces, a new federal standard in the skilled trades for those types of safety things, like I said, working from confined spaces, working from heights. If they did that, they would open up the labor mobility for our tradespeople at a time when they absolutely need it, because, projects that they say are going to be spurred along by this piece of legislation have been delayed for a long time. They're not moving forward. Many people in the skilled trades are finding it hard to be employed, but they could be employed if they could move from one province to another. So this is an absolute failure by the government that says this is a new government that's going to take on new challenges. They've absolutely walked away from the challenge of labor mobility with this piece of legislation. And while we talk about the challenges with people in skilled trades, I'd be remiss as the Shadow Minister for Labour if I didn't talk about the Liberal plan for modular housing. So they tout this now as the big solution to housing, which of course it won't be. But one thing it would do for sure is it would take away the jobs from our skilled tradespeople, especially our unionized tradespeople who are involved in the housing construction. They're the ones, the plumbers, the carpenters, the pipe fitters, you name it. They're the ones doing all the work to build the houses. And now what these Liberals want to do is they want to actually take that away, have modular houses built in factories where there will be no skilled trades. So this is going to have a disastrous effect. You're not going to have red seal carpenters working in a factory to build modular homes. The members across are laughing, which just displays their ignorance on how the trades work and the general disregard that the Liberal government has had for trades, and especially for unionized tradespeople. Which brings me to another point, which is the fact that for the first time in Canadian history, there actually isn't a Minister of Labour. Now, This is actually a pretty shocking discovery. They're going to say, no, 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 we've got this guy. He's the Secretary of State for Labor. Yeah, it's like the person who sits at the kids' table at the wedding, right? They're kind of there, but they don't really matter that much. They're not at the big person table, which is the actual cabinet table. And what have unions said when they describe this? They have called it, let me just quote here. Joseph Mancinelli from La Una said, if the Canadian government respects laborers, perhaps they'll start with a Ministry of Labor, right? And went on to call it a slap in the face. That's what it's been described. Even CUPE said it's not just disappointing, but frankly, it's insulting. So when you look at the lack of labor mobility that's in this allegedly bill that's supposed to help, and there's none, when you look at them pushing for modular housing, which will push out the trades, when you look at the fact that there's no Minister of Labor, people in the labor movement know exactly where this Liberal government stands. Don't even get me started on taking away the right to strike through their Section 107 referrals. This is a government that has absolutely no respect for laborers and unions in this country, and the labor unions know it. Now, let's talk about this actual one aspect of the bill that I find particularly troubling, which is the ministerial designation. So the minister gets to pick the proponents of these projects. I mean, how can you ever think that this is going to go well from a government that was responsible for the Green Slush Fund and GC Strategies? Now they get to pick the people to get these billion-dollar projects. Oh, Mr. Speaker, the corruption and graft that's going to go on with a government that's been awash in nothing but corruption and graft for the last 10 years, this will be corruption unlike you've ever seen. The minister is going to say, I'm going to pick one company to do this project. Can you imagine the corruption that's going to go on? I mean, GC Strategies was able to turn 60,000 to 64 million. What's going to happen with a $1 billion project that a minister gets to pick? The Green Slush Fund, this was Liberal insiders giving money to other Liberals while the minister stood there and did nothing. No, that's not true. The minister actually got promoted. The ministers responsible for GC Strategies got promoted. So what did they learn? Turning a blind eye to corruption gets rewarded. And now they're going to say, this is how we're going to create the one Canadian economy. Yes, it's going to be one Canadian economy for Liberal insiders who get to line each other's pockets with these big fat contracts, just like they did with the Green Slush Fund, just like they did with GC Strategies. This bill is going to unleash a tidal wave of corruption and graft that these Liberals will hand out to all of their friends. It's not what Canadians need. It's not what unionized workers need. It's not what tradespeople need. It's another big, fat failure by a corrupt Liberal government. Not a new Liberal government, the same old Liberal government who's going to reward their same old buddies with these big, fat contracts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wow, that was a mouthful coming from the member opposite. I tell you, talk about misinformation or just completely misguided. Whether it's, you want to talk about housing, let's talk about the 6 houses your Pierre Poilievre built when he was a Minister of Housing that we still don't know where they're actually located, not to mention modular homes, suggesting that there's no skills that are involved in developing of modular homes. But let's get on to the bill itself, Mr. Speaker. We had a very clear mandate on April the 28th to build one Canadian economy. It's as straightforward as that. This bill is something that's going to make a difference. It's a part of the discussions even that have taken place with all the different First Ministers in anticipation that we'll be receiving the bill. Will the member not get on side with reality and what it is that Canadians...
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Sir, so I spend a good deal of my speech talking about the opportunity for continued ministerial corruption from a corrupt Liberal government, and his pushback is Pierre Poilievre built 6 houses. Well, that tells you exactly what's going to go on with the corruption with respect to this particular piece of legislation. And he said, and all his pushback on the skilled trades was, there's not going to be any skills involved in building a modular house. Of course there is. Factory workers have lots of skills. I talked about skilled trades. Unionized skilled tradespeople will not be building modular houses, which is also why you don't have a Minister of Labour. You've got the Kids Table Secretary of State for Labour, which every union in the country has criticized, and they know exactly the direction this government's going. They are going to eliminate unionized skilled trades with this kind of budgeting, with this kind of bill.
Questions and comments? The member for Member for Yorkton Melville, sorry.
Thank you. You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. Okay. So I'm wondering if my colleague would like to comment on this, the truth about the fact of the modular homes being built by folks that are part of Kearney's community. Of course, Brookfield, that has now moved to the States and has no accountability here anymore, actually in 2021 spent $5 billion on one of the largest modular home construction companies in the world. Do you think that might have something to do with this?
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
You know, the jokes on this write themselves. So we're talking about a bill that gives ministers the ability to pick and choose who gets these billion-dollar projects, with a government that's record on this is absolutely deplorable, whether it's GC Strategies or the Green Slush Fund. Now they're pushing modular housing, and of course, Brookfield has a major interest in this. And of course, the Prime Minister hasn't disclosed his assets that he still has from Brookfield. So let me tell you, is it shocking that a Prime Minister who probably owns shares and options, etc., still in Brookfield is pushing for modular housing that will improve the profitability of Brookfield? I'm not surprised at all, and I don't think Canadians are either.
Questions and comments. The member for Shefford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. But before my question, just an observation. It's fascinating right now what's going on in the House. It's a bit of a show of people, conservatives opposing liberals and vice versa. But ultimately, it's a coalition between the conservatives and the liberals working together now, limiting debate on this bill. So my question is, when people say, liberals and conservatives, they say the liberals voted for they stole our plan and that they're our platform and that's why they got elected. And well, Mr. Speaker, it's anything but that. In Shefford, and many of our Quebec colleagues will say this is not what voters wanted. This isn't why Quebecers voted the way they did. They voted out of fear. They didn't want to vote for a leader who's like Trump, a mini Trump, who has no respect for democracy. So that's what we see. We have a prime minister now who wants to act by order in council, has no respect for democracy because here we have closure. There will be no debate on this bill, so it's anti-democratic. So how can my colleague look at himself in the mirror? The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
I think perhaps the member wasn't listening to my speech. I was highly critical of this particular piece of legislation because of its effect on unions, skilled trades, the opportunity for government corruption and graft, which there's a well-documented history of it. I'm not sure I agree with her analysis of the election results, but you know, the voter is always right, and this is where we are. We will continue to attack what I perceive as
resuming debate. Please debate. The honourable member for Northumberland, Clark.
Thank you. Thank you. And as this is my first opportunity to give a speech in the House of Commons, I'd like to, with the indulgence of the House, spend 30 seconds of my speech thanking my volunteers, my family, and my wonderful community for sending me back here for the third time to represent the great people of Northumberland Clark. Thank you all. Your contributions were immeasurable and amazing, so thank you. Now I'm going to talk about the business of today, which is Bill C-5. Bill C-5 is divided into two different pieces of legislation or parts. The first is the Free Trade and Labour Mobility Act in Canada. The second is the Building Canada Act. So the Free Trade and Labour Mobility Act was also divided into two. There are two major initiatives within it. Both have to do with federal standards. So the first is to say any product or service that's authorized or licensed by the province is now recognized by the federal government. And in a similar vein, any provincially recognized profession is now recognized federally. And the second part of the act is with respect to the Building Canada Act. The Building Canada Act has to do with getting projects built that are in the quote-unquote national interest of Canada. This legislation is quite ironic because it really goes and says, you know, all those walls that were put in place for the last decade to stop major projects, we will let through if they're in the national interest. Well, why not just remove those walls to begin with? But I digress. Most of my comments will be about the Free Trade and Labor Mobility Act. The member from Lakelands did a fantastic job. I recommend anyone who has the opportunity to check out her short, pithy, but poignant speech about the Building Canada Act. She was right on point. But when it comes to the Free Trade and Canada Act, I think it's important to look at a little bit of context. So if you remember back not too long ago, we had a federal election. And of course, one of the major themes or the discussion points in that election was what's Canada's response going to be to the Trump tariffs, to the pressure coming from perhaps limited access to our greatest trading partner. And both major parties said we can look at trading more within Canada. And numbers like $200 billion have been thrown out there as the amount of additional economic benefits that can come from eliminating interprovincial trade barriers and increasing trade within Canada. And I just want to read a couple of quotes from the Prime Minister on the election trail. On April 5th, 2025, he said, "Our government has committed to remove all federal restrictions on mobility by Canada Day. Free trade in Canada, free mobility in Canada by Canada Day." On April 17th, the Prime Minister said, "Secondly, to commit the federal government to do its part by Canada Day so that free trade in Canada by Canada Day." On April 20th, 2005, "Our government will do its part for free trade in Canada. We will legislate the removal of all federal restrictions by July 1st, so we will have free trade in Canada by Canada Day." On April 21st, 2005, "And we'll work with the province to make sure our healthcare professionals can work anywhere in Canada as part of our drive for free trade in Canada by Canada Day." So it's pretty clear what the Prime Minister committed to. He committed to having no interprovincial trade barriers by July 1st, specifically both provincial and federal. That's what free trade in Canada by Canada Day means. The reality is that will not happen, even if this legislation gets passed by July 1st. The reason is the scope of this legislation is so very limited. It is limited to products and services and occupations that are federal in nature. The reality is that most products and services, or at least a large portion of them, are regulated by the provinces. Most occupations are regulated provincially. And so, for example, if a nurse who's accredited in BC and he or she wants to move to Ontario, they have to be re-accredited in Ontario. This legislation will not affect that. There will be a very, very limited impact on labor mobility in Canada by July 1st and even going forward. With respect to products and services, that's also usually the case. The products are regulated at the provincial level. The barriers then stop that interprovincial trade from coming. So, spoiler alert to everyone out there, the Liberals have already broken a promise. We will not have free trade in Canada by Canada Day. There was a lot more of a sensible approach. Instead of misleading Canadians during the election, you could have done what our leader, Pierre Poilievre, did, and actually have a plan that would work, that would deliver real financial and economic benefits for Canada. So one would be to incentivize provinces. What's happening here is this government is failing to meet the moment. We had an opportunity. Often crises come with opportunities. There was a silver lining. It was creating momentum towards free trade. We saw the premiers working on their own accord to tear down barriers. But the federal government could have had a big role. In accordance with our campaign promise, you could have provided financial incentive. This government could have included in this legislation saying, if you tear down X barrier, you will get this much more money from the federal government. And the best part about this is these type of benefits actually pay for themselves. Because, as Trevor Tombe and others have written, the financial benefit of actually reducing barriers and not just making a press conference or a show of it is hundreds of billions of dollars. And so the federal government could share some of the benefit from that with the provinces, but they chose not to. The other part is they could have worked with provinces to create that Blue Seal programming, allowing nurses, doctors, other healthcare professionals to work from coast to coast. Instead, this government has sort of gone from elbows up to turn, tuck, tail, and run. They continue to walk away from anything that's difficult or hard. They could have used the momentum that they've gathered, work with premiers who are more than willing, and I must say, our premiers have done a great job in many respects to tear down these barriers, but federal leadership here would have been, well, invaluable. But once again, this government, well, they just don't do hard. For example, one thing that they could have done to make major progress was work to eliminate various trucking standards. So this may not sound like the fanciest or the most exciting topic in the world, but it's incredibly important because nearly every product that we receive that goes on their shelves go in a truck at some point. And right now we have a myriad of different trucking regulations, from different weights to different safety restrictions, otherwise, that some estimates put an increasing freight by 8%, affecting Canada's GDP by $1.6 billion. That would literally, if we were able to get a harmonized or mutual recognition system in the trucking industry, that would literally make almost every product in our country cheaper. And at a time when we see grocery prices going through the roof and an affordability crisis, would that not be something great for our Canadians to have? The Prime Minister could have made bold decisions. He could have said, instead of these little baby steps along the way, he could have made bold steps, such as repealing Bill C-69, that would have allowed projects to be approved, that would have allowed those national projects that have forever stitched our country together, a country that started with the railroad, that built our country together. We need those national projects, both for our economic and also to bring us together, to unite us. And those projects will continue to be extremely difficult in the absence of a repeal of Bill C-69. And quite frankly, the Building Canada Act, although it may get more projects built, wouldn't it just be more sensible just to instead tear down the framework of C-69, which the last decade has proven you can't get major projects in place. Build it down, restart the process, open up with a one-window project, not just for those that are friends of Liberal insiders, but for all Canadians, for all proponents who are willing to throw down their hard-earned money in order to build national projects. Instead of this Prime Minister rising to meet the moment, to eliminate all interprovincial trade barriers, to bring our country together, to make our country greater, more prosperous, this government decided to take the easy way out and make small revisions to interprovincial trade that won't accomplish it, that instead of saving Canadian economy billions and creating more prosperity from coast to coast, will merely be another photo op, another wrong step along the way towards interprovincial trade, towards making Canada a truly free trade zone. So here's to free trade in Canada on the Canada Day that we have a majority government.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it is absolutely encouraging when we had the Prime Minister, along with all the other premiers, gather in Saskatchewan, where they talked about a one Canadian economy. And let there be no doubt that this legislation is substantial and does show the national government under the new administration, new Prime Minister, taking a very strong stand that reflects the will of what Canadians gave us in terms of a mandate back on April the 28th. I believe it's an outstanding performance to this point. The member makes reference to labour, healthcare workers, for example. And the question I have for the member
Point of order, the honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was someone who is not a member of this chamber on the other side a moment ago taking photos.
I thank the member for the intervention. It was made aware to me. We have asked to determine who that individual was and whether they were taking photos. Obviously, non-members are not permitted on the floor of the House of Commons, even behind the curtains, and certainly there is no opportunity. There is no opportunity to take pictures, period, by members or non-members within the chamber. So I'll say that reminder, and we are looking into what has gone on. I thank the member for his intervention. The honourable member for Winnipeg North to quickly finish his question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll get right to the question, and that is that I'm sure the member understands, whether it's the nurses or doctors, you have to have the provinces on side. They're the ones that got to take down those particular barriers. It's one of the reasons why we have to have the provinces involved. Would he not agree that the provinces need also to step up to the same degree?
Member for Northumberland Clark.
I've quite frankly been proud of the provinces, the way that they've moved. But my problem is this, is that during the campaign, the Prime Minister didn't say, hey, we'll talk to the provinces and do our best. He said there'd be free trade in Canada by Canada Day. He misled the Canadians, and that's very troubling. It was a big part of the election campaign, and quite frankly, he misled Canadians, and that's just not right.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Boa Arwa, Salaberry, Soulange, Huntingdon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech with great interest, and I really got the impression that he was upset at the government, that he disagreed with it. But maybe I'm not understanding right. This member is voting in favor of time allocation on Bill C-5?
Thank you very much, and I look forward to working with this member to hopefully improve this piece of legislation. The challenge here is that this is a baby step. It's a breadcrumb. We really needed a major leap. If done right, it could save hundreds of billions of dollars, make the people of Quebec wealthier. But unfortunately, this government's decided to take baby steps when we needed a giant leap.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like my honourable colleague to maybe expand a bit on the hypocrisy of this programming motion, considering the former Minister of Internal Trade in the Liberal government, still in the cabinet, actually just said on February 5th that within 30 days interprovincial trade barriers would be eliminated. Back in February, we actually tabled, or Mr. Poilievre tabled, the Blue Seal proposal over 2 years ago, and now we're in this huge rush to put through a bill that the House could have been reconvened back in February, and we could have dealt with this months ago.
Member for Northumberland Clark.
The reality is that these Liberals have been in power for the last decade. They did make a half-hearted attempt with the Canadian Free Trade Agreement in 2017, but they haven't been serious. If they had been serious, they would have had a decade to fix this, to bring all the premiers around the table, demonstrate the economic importance of tearing down all interprovincial trade barriers, and making sure that Canada was strong. Unfortunately, they've been focused on legislation like C-69, like the gas cap, like other legislation that's meant to weaken the Canadian economy and has left us in a difficult situation, having the lowest GDP per capita since the Great Depression.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member bringing up the issue of labour mobility, something I've spoken with Joe Mancinelli many times. As a professional structural engineer licensed in the province of Ontario, it is a real issue for professionals having those provincial regulatory agencies and not being able to practice across provinces. Would the member agree that this federal action on one Canadian economy will encourage further provincial action? Thank you.
Member for Northumberland Clark.
The reality is that this government could have used the power of the bully pulpit, of being the Prime Minister, and showing true leadership and vision, and outlining a vision both to the premiers and to all of Canada how we would get to interprovincial trade. We knew at the time of the campaign he misled Canadians when he said there'd be free trade in Canada. What he should have done, what our leader has done, is actually put out there a detailed plan to eliminating those barriers and to Canadians getting that $200 billion benefit. Thank you.
Before we go to resuming debate, we do have a notice of a question of privilege to be raised by the member for Lakeland. I'll now invite her to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker. And speaking of misleading, I rise with respect to the notice which I provided to you under Standing Order 48 concerning the statements of the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources made in a Committee of the Whole on Wednesday evening. In brief, the Minister repeatedly denied, when questioned, that politicians would be empowered to pick projects of national interest under the Liberal government's project development legislation now before Parliament. But that is the very essence of what Bill C-5 proposes to empower the government to do. As you know, it is a contempt to mislead the House of Commons or any of its committees deliberately. I will therefore argue that the Minister misled the Committee of the Whole, giving rise to a prima facie contempt. First, the Minister's statements during the Committee of the Whole on Wednesday evening flatly contradict Bill C-5 itself. When I asked the Minister, how do political hand-picked projects give investors certainty, the Minister replied, quote, the politicians do not pick the projects. I asked again soon after for clarity. The Minister, quote, the Minister said earlier and kept trying to claim that he does not approve projects, but his own bill says he does. Is that not true? The Minister answered, quote, I think what we said is that we do not pick the projects. Well, these responses were clear and direct. They were answers to very specific questions about whether the Minister himself will select projects deemed to be in the national interest through C-5, and the legislation shows that he will. Bill C-5 explicitly gives the Minister the authority to approve or deny projects. This authority appears in several key provisions of the bill. Part 2C, quote, requires the Minister who is designated under that Act to issue to the proponent of a project, if certain conditions are met, a document that sets out conditions that apply in respect of the project, and that is deemed to be the authorizations required under certain Acts of Parliament and regulations that are specified in the document. Further, Section 5.1 of the bill grants the Governor and Council Cabinet the authority to designate projects as being in the national interest, but only on the recommendation of the Minister. It states, quote, if the Governor and Council is of the opinion that a project is in the national interest, the Governor and Council may, on the recommendation of the Minister, by order, amend Schedule 1 to add the name of the project and a brief description of it, including the location where it is to be carried out. The Minister also holds the authority to remove projects from Schedule 1. That power is set out in the deletion clause. Quote, if the Governor and Council is of the opinion that a project named in Schedule 1 is no longer in the national interest, the Governor and Council may, on the recommendation of the Minister, by order, amend that schedule to delete the name and the description of the project. These provisions directly from Bill C-5 make it absolutely clear that the Minister and the Governor and Council do pick the projects. That is the fundamental mechanism of this bill. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, on page 81, provides a list of established grounds for contempt, including, quote, deliberately attempting to mislead the House or a committee by way of statement, evidence, or petition, end quote. This point is reiterated at page 112. The importance of accurate information being provided to Parliament has been underscored in a number of rulings, including that made by one of your predecessors on March 3rd, 2014, at page 3430 of the debates. Quote, this incident highlights the primordial importance of accuracy and truthfulness in our deliberations. All members bear a responsibility, individually and collectively, to select the words they use very carefully and to be ever mindful of the serious consequences that can result when this responsibility is forgotten. End quote. Mr. Speaker, Milliken shared a similar view in a ruling on February 1st, 2002, on page 8581 of the debates, when he said, quote, the authorities are consistent about the need for clarity in our proceedings and about the need to ensure the integrity of the information provided by the government to the House, end quote. There is a well-established test for determining whether deliberately misleading information has been provided, which, for example, the Speaker explained in his February 15, 2024 ruling at page 21,158 of the debates, quote, it must be proven that the statement was misleading. It must be established that when making a statement, the member knew it to be incorrect. And finally, it must be demonstrated that the member intended to mislead the House, end quote. Well, in the circumstances, Mr. Speaker, I would respectfully submit that all three branches of this test can be made out. Firstly, the content of Bill C-5, which I cited earlier, plainly contradicts the Minister's answers. Secondly, the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources has been held out by this Liberal government ever since the spring's election as the man who is supposed to get major resource projects launched. There is no way, there can be no way he is not intimately familiar with the details of Bill C-5, the policy for which it stands, and the government's intentions for how it will put it into effect. Thirdly, we must recall the context of the minister's answers. He was intensely questioned on the floor of the House of Commons for 4 hours, the Liberals' terrible record over the last 10 years in the resource sector, and trying to defend and spin his Prime Minister's signature bill, which had already been attracting a significant degree of scrutiny from all corners. In any event, Mr. Speaker, intention is not something which I would respectfully submit requires ironclad proof like a confession. Indeed, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee at paragraph 15 of its 50th report, presented in March 2002, acknowledges that intention may well be a matter for committee investigation. Quote, as then Clerk of the House William Corbett explained to the committee, it is not uncommon for inaccurate statements to be made in the course of debate or question period in the House. The issue is whether the statements were made deliberately with the intent of misleading the House or its members. In the case where a member later admits to having knowingly provided false information, as in the Profumo case, the issue of intent is clear. In the absence of such an admission, however, it rests with the committee to examine all of the circumstances and determine whether the evidence demonstrates an intention to mislead, end quote. Finally, Mr. Speaker, there's just one further procedural point I should add. Generally speaking, questions of privilege which arise in a committee setting are only supposed to come before the House by way of a report from the committees first, but the nature of committees of the whole, being single event bodies, do complicate the ability to raise concerns which arise out of their deliberations. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, in the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic, the House frequently sat in committees of the whole, and a similar question of privilege arose, on which Mr. Speaker Rota addressed this procedural angle in his July 22, 2020 ruling at page 2701 of the debates. Quote, I accept that the particular circumstances of this situation, notably the challenge surrounding the committee of the whole format, do make it appropriate to bring the matter to the Speaker. End quote. In conclusion, I would submit that the necessary thresholds have been made out here, Mr. Speaker, allowing for you to make a prima facie finding. Should you agree, and in order to allow for the error to be fully and properly cleared, and to ensure appropriate respect for the overarching importance of government accountability to Parliament, to all of us who represent the people, I intend to propose referring the matter to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for further consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Lakeland for her intervention, and the chair will take it under deliberation. Resuming debate, the honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before going any further, I do want to mention that I will be sharing my time with the honourable member from Guelph. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise in the House today to speak on Bill C-5 to create one Canadian economy. But as this is the first time I've had the opportunity to rise in this House and deliver a speech since the recent election, I do want to express my sincere gratitude to the great people of West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country for, again, putting their trust in me to be their representative. And whether or not you voted for me, I take it to heart each and every single day that I am here to represent you and to be your voice in Ottawa, and to ensure that the diverse needs of our region are met and are reflected by our government. But I would not be here without the work of an incredible campaign team led by Morgan, Leo, Norman, Chloe, Lila, Leah, Natasha, Myra, Kieran, Faye, and so many more, including hundreds of volunteers from all regions in my riding. Thank you for your long hours, your dedication, your hard work, and your belief in me and the work that we are doing. This victory is as much yours as it is mine. To my parents and my sister, thank you for your support, and a special shout out to my nephews, Hayden, Beckham, and Sawyer, for bringing so much joy to the campaign. But more than anything, I want to thank my wonderful partner, Anastasia, for being there with me and for me every step of the way. I know this is a hard job, which requires a lot of sacrifice for me to be away from you and from home, and it is much, much appreciated. But Mr. Speaker, this year our country has been faced with an unprecedented challenge in my lifetime with the election of U.S. President Donald Trump and the unjustified and illegal tariffs he has wrought on our country. And it has been with a great sense of pride that our country has come together in defiance of this threat. As a country, we realized that we needed to diversify our trade around the world, as well as to build up our internal markets by tearing down interprovincial trade barriers. And so, one of our first orders of business since this election was to table the One Canadian Economy Act. And Mr. Speaker, Canada's strength has always come from its people, but too often our economy hasn't reflected that same unity. Outdated trade barriers and fragmented and balkanized regulatory systems have made it harder for Canadians to build, innovate, and thrive. We've been working with 13 provincial and territorial economies instead of one Canadian economy, and that's come at a cost. Whether it's a trucker trying to move goods across a provincial border, a nurse seeking work in another jurisdiction, or a business in BC trying to sell into the market here in Ontario, the message that we heard has been the same. It shouldn't be this hard to do business in Canada. The two-part One Canadian Economy changes that. First, the Free Trade and Labour Mobility in Canada Act removes federal barriers to internal trade and labour mobility so that Canadians and businesses can move, work, and grow across the country with fewer obstacles. And right now, Canada is losing billions of dollars a year in productivity and economic output because of fragmented internal markets. A recent estimate from the Macdonald-Laurier Institute pegged the cost of internal trade barriers at up to $200 billion in lost GDP. And, Mr. Speaker, that's not a rounding error. That's a missed opportunity the size of an entire provincial economy. Further, studies have shown that removing these trade barriers could lower the prices that people pay for goods by up to 15%. Needless to say, it's an imperative and a no-brainer to move ahead with these changes. And that's just the macroeconomic picture. On the ground, it's even more frustrating. Small businesses looking to grow and access new markets across provincial lines face hurdles that feel arbitrary. Workers trained to national standards find themselves unable to cross provincial borders without getting recertified. And consumers are facing fewer choices and higher prices. So, Mr. Speaker, the core idea of Bill C-5 is this. If a good, service, or professional qualification meets the regulatory standards of a province or territory, and those standards are comparable to federal ones, then it should be recognized federally for the purposes of internal trade and labour mobility. Canadians increasingly want to buy local, and not just from their province. They want to buy Canadian. And by supporting efforts to harmonize standards and expand into provincial sales, we're giving consumers more choice and local producers more reach. And another area we can expect gains is in the direct-to-consumer alcohol market. This would be a game changer to ensure that we have the amazing BC wines and microbrews from BC available here in Ontario. And Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the work of our provincial and territorial partners. This is not a federal-only story, even if this legislation only is with respect to federal jurisdiction. From coast to coast to coast, provinces are taking initiative. They're reviewing outdated exceptions, simplifying regulatory frameworks, and demonstrating a growing willingness to work together. Nova Scotia's Free Trade and Mobility Within Canada Act, Ontario's Memoranda of Understanding with 6 other provinces to harmonize standards and reduce red tape, New Brunswick and Newfoundland and Labrador signing bilateral agreements to improve cooperation, and BC's Economic Stabilization Act. These are concrete, collaborative steps, and Bill C-5 complements them perfectly. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister mentioned during the campaign, Canada needs to do things that had not been imagined or thought possible at a speed we hadn't seen before. We need to seize the incredible opportunities that are at our disposal and to build the nation-building projects like interprovincial electrical grid interties to better trade within Canada and ports or investments in ports to diversify our trade away from the United States. And the proposed mechanism to do that is the Building Canada Act. This new act allows a single minister, after consulting with the provinces and Indigenous peoples, to declare projects in the national interest and to pre-approve it subject to conditions geared to protecting the environment. And the Prime Minister further declared that projects would not be declared in the national interest and imposed upon provinces that are not willing. But make no mistake, Bill C-5 proposes these extraordinary powers that are justified in an extraordinary time. And many would agree that we're in that situation today. But I would like to point out a few aspects of the bill that should be studied at committee if this bill passes second reading. Number one, the First Minister's meeting from just a week and a half ago, and Mr. Speaker, sometimes it's hard to think it was only that long ago, produced a rigorous list of criteria that would inform whether or not a project can be declared in the national interest. However, with the way the legislation is written, it will allow for unnamed factors to also drive decision-making, and I think this should be carefully scrutinized at committee. Second, the legislation gives the ability to a minister to exempt any national interest project from an existing law or regulation based on the advice of a minister. And if this type of power is to be in the hands of a minister, then I think it's important that there be disclosure and transparency in how that power is going to be used. And third, the powers that this legislation proposes are due to be valid for 5 full years. We are currently living in a crisis today, an extraordinary circumstance that's brought on by the illegal and unjustified tariffs from President Trump. And I absolutely believe if you talk to steel and aluminum workers or workers in the automotive sector, they will confirm just that. But this legislation is due to be in effect beyond that, beyond what will be at least one more federal election. And we need to consider how this legislation could be used in bad faith by a future government. And where there are issues with existing environmental laws that are causing undue and unacceptable delays in permitting projects in our country, I believe that they can be fully reviewed and amended, hopefully obviating the need for these measures in the future. So, Mr. Speaker, when a small business in Squamish wants to ship products across the country, it should be able to do that without running into arbitrary provincial rules. Likewise, if we have a healthcare worker that wants to practice in Sechelt. And Mr. Speaker, I can see my time is running out, and so I thank you and I thank all members for their consideration. I look forward to some questions.
Questions and comments? Question on commentary on the member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the words from the member opposite, and I do enjoy working with him on the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee, and hope he's returning there so we can complete that work. What I want to ask the question about is, in his speech, in the member opposite speech, he talked a number of times about interprovincial trade and reducing barriers, and what we've heard pretty much all day and throughout this debate from members opposite is that it just seems new to them all of a sudden, that oh my goodness, there's this great big idea to reduce trade barriers, and they've just come up with that. Meanwhile, we've been talking about this in the opposition for years. We remember the Free the Beer campaign and many others when we were talking about reducing and eliminating barriers that hindered interprovincial trade. Also interties, Natural Resources Committee. We did a study in 2018 about that. Why have they failed to act?
Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes from the question, and I very much always enjoyed working with him on the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee. Mr. Speaker, what I can say is these are interprovincial trade barriers that have long been a drag on our economy. And I think it was in 2017, there was a Free Trade Within Canada Act that was put forward that dealt with a lot of those ones. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, there are these constituencies within each provinces that have prevented future action on this. And frankly, it's maybe one of the only benefits we can think of the threat from Donald Trump that has led finally provinces to start reducing their trade barriers. And it's an incredibly important role for the federal government to support that and do everything within our power to reduce them as well.
Question on commentary on the deputy.
The Honourable Member of Gaspésie-Les-Îles-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we pass a bill, there's usually a reason for that. And when we adopt protections, it's to protect the environment. There's a reason for adopting these protections. So in the section about protecting the environment on marine life, why is it that we're bulldozing over these protections? What is the use of this?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. These are not normal times right now. We're in an economic crisis. And we need to do things more quickly. I believe that this act will protect the environment, but we also need to ensure that we have the measures that certify that this will happen. And we will review this further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from BC. My question is on eliminating interprovincial trade barriers for businesses as well as any other entrepreneur or worker. Does he believe that eliminating these barriers will be beneficial for his riding and the workers and businesses of Squamish in British Columbia?
Member.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Hull-Amler for the question. Yes, these measures will make a significant difference for entrepreneurs in my riding. As I said in my speech, there is Backcountry Brewery in Backcountry Squamish, for example, that makes excellent beer, and we don't have this company here in Ontario. I'm thinking of other companies also that make materials for very advanced materials that they sell to other companies. Thank you.
Elgin, St. Thomas Land South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't help but notice that the Prime Minister has moved the goalposts here. It was an unequivocal free trade by Canada Day. Now the government is saying, well, this is provincial, that's provincial. Why has the commitment not been met?
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, the commitment has been, or the things that are within the federal jurisdiction are the things that are covered in this act. The federal government cannot force the provincial governments to reduce the internal trade barriers, but it has to act as a facilitator to do everything it can to do that. The first thing that we can do is get rid of those barriers and do what we can to encourage them to do that. And I think we're seeing a lot of progress from what I mentioned in my speech.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a new MP in a new government with a new Prime Minister in a very new Canadian and global context, I'm very pleased to share my enthusiasm for the One Canadian Economy Act, or an act to enact the Free Trade and Labour Mobility in Canada Act and the Building Canada Act. The Act aligns with the goals outlined in the throne speech 2 weeks ago, namely to affirm our sovereignty, protect our economy, and build the strongest economy in the G7. And in so doing, advance reconciliation and take bold climate action. The throne speech was the vision, the mandate letter set the priorities, and now, Mr. Speaker, this legislation starts to drill down into the execution. 30 years ago, I hate doing the math, but it was 30 years ago, I graduated with a degree in economics. And a hot topic at the time was interprovincial trade barriers. And since then, Canadians, under governments of all stripes, have seen little progress in this regard. Provinces were interested in protecting emerging sectors or jobs, or customized standards and practices, or collected fees and tariffs, for a variety of reasons that probably seemed reasonable at the time. They included different transportation rules, food safety standards, environmental regulations, and professional certifications. But even if not designed to restrict trade, fragmented policies meant it's harder for businesses to operate across provincial lines. Here's an example I heard about a couple years ago. Court des Hotels is the CEO of the Neighborhood Group of Companies. It's a B Corp, a group of restaurants in Guelph, and they're focused on spectacular food and also sustainability. So in addition to that, part of Court's commitment is to reconciliation. So Mr. des Hotels really wanted to ensure at least 10% of his procurement was with Indigenous companies. He found a great Indigenous-owned winery in BC, but couldn't add them to the wine list in his restaurants. At the time, he could import wine from the US, but not from BC, and it just defies all logic. I've been thinking about that story since I heard it, and about 18 months ago, my campaign team asked me what I would like to tackle if I was successful in gaining the trust of voters as Guelph's new MP. I told them I'd like to work on reducing interprovincial trade barriers, and they kind of laughed a bit, because apparently I wasn't the first person in 30 years who had that idea. But like Charlie Brown running for that football, I thought I'd give it a shot. But now, the imperative is even more critical. With the US wolves at the door threatening our sovereignty and our economic security, we have what is called a felt need for change in change management theory, and a renewed desire to reduce interprovincial trade barriers. We're setting aside provincial and regional interest for national interest, to reaffirm our sovereignty, protect our industries, jobs, and workers, and build a stronger economy. And I'm hoping a renewal and reaffirmation of the Canadian Federation. I applaud the leadership we're seeing from provinces like the historic agreement between Quebec and Newfoundland and Labrador, who reached a monumental deal over power from the Churchill Falls hydroelectric plant that could mean $200 billion for each province over the long term. New Brunswick Premier Susan Holt is proposing a free trade zone within Atlantic Canada. BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba have invited the territories to join their trade pact, the new West Partnership Trade Agreement. The leadership must come from the federal government as well as the provinces, Mr. Speaker. The winds of change are blowing. The political will for eliminating interprovincial trade barriers and building nation-building projects exists. We saw it at the First Ministers' Conference in Saskatoon just last week. And it's exciting. To reiterate from the speech from the throne, this moment is an incredible opportunity, an opportunity for renewal, an opportunity to think big and to act bigger. As our Prime Minister has said, we used to build things in this country. I think about that when I walk past the historic Rideau Canal here in the nation's capital, because there are actually a number of very interesting parallels. The Rideau Canal was built for military and strategic purposes in the early 19th century after the War of 1812 to be a secure inland water route for supplies between Montreal and Kingston. Why? Because there was a threat from the Americans. The canal then facilitated transports and exchange between two provinces. The easier navigation brought settlement and development to the interior of Upper Canada. It facilitated trade and transportation at a time where railways were not yet built, and it especially became a vital commercial waterway supporting the movement of goods and people. So we have a history of infrastructure projects, and we will again build a stronger, more competitive, and more resilient domestic economy from coast to coast to coast. But there's a significant difference in the approach to major projects proposed in this bill, of course, and that is how we approach projects and who stands to gain. Because the following criteria are essential in the designation of major projects. They are to strengthen Canada's autonomy, resilience, and security. They are to provide economic or other benefits to Canada. They must have a high likelihood of successful execution. But more importantly, they have to advance the interests of Indigenous peoples through meaningful partnerships and participation, and they must contribute to clean growth and to Canada's objectives with respect to climate change. We can accomplish many of these goals at the same time. These principles are at the core of this legislation. Mr. Speaker, over the past year, I've held roundtables with Guelph business leaders, and their message is consistent: streamline regulation and processes. This reflects the findings of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business that found 85% of small businesses say excessive regulation, including interprovincial trade barriers, hurt their productivity. More than a third of Canadian businesses say interprovincial trade is more difficult than international trade. In our country, Mr. Speaker, that's got to be unacceptable. So the One Canadian economy seeks to address some of these concerns. With respect to the major projects, decision-making will also be simplified. Instead of having multiple ministers rendering regulatory decisions, there will be one designated minister responsible for the decision. However, that does not preclude the required consultation with ministers, provinces, Indigenous people to make sure conditions are sufficient, and those conditions will be published. There is transparency. The speed comes from a coordinated approach rather than a sequential one. This new bill helps provide speed and certainty and is guided by the principles of transparency and efficiency, all important factors to attract investment. During the election campaign, we promised that we would enhance this aspect of our government, and now, 3 weeks later, we're already facilitating processes while ensuring the respect of Indigenous rights and initiating bold climate action. We were elected on the promise that we would deliver big projects to benefit Canadians, and that's what we're doing. We're committed to a thriving Canadian economy, including job creation and training more tradespeople, and that's what we're doing. We're eliminating internal trade barriers across the country, eliminating internal trade barriers across the country, whether a federal, provincial, or territorial jurisdiction, could grow our economy by as much as $200 billion or boost productivity by 7%. Each year, $530 billion worth of goods and services are exchanged across provincial and territorial borders. That's nearly 20% of Canada's GDP. In 2024, 1/3 of Canadian businesses engage in internal trade. This supports jobs, expands markets for Canadian businesses, increases consumer choice, and helps make life more affordable for Canadians across the country. It's the 80-20 rule, Mr. Speaker. Canada must play to its strengths, and we are building a strong Canada. This legislation will ensure Canadian energy security, diversify trade, and ensure long-term competitiveness. At a time when the world economy is being redefined and where a historic and most trusted trading partner has engaged in a trade battle with us, this is an opportunity, and now is the moment, to lower trade barriers and to engage in nation-building projects. It's time to create one Canadian economy. It's time to seize this moment. It's time to advance reconciliation. With this legislation, we are improving national supply chains, boosting productivity, and creating a more competitive investment environment. That's a better future made real, Mr. Speaker. This is what building one Canadian economy looks like. An economy that works better for everyone, that promotes reconciliation, that supports clean energy, and works better for everyone everywhere in this country. I invite all members of this House, all political parties, to support this legislation. Let's get it done.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
It's no secret that the tariffs actually made Bill C-5 presented to the floor. But none of this really matters until we streamline all the legislation, regulation, jurisdictional issues that are currently in place. My question is on process. As this government negotiates with USA on trade, does the government negotiate provincial resources firstly, then consult with provinces? Or does this government get the provincial consent before negotiating trade based on the provincial resources? Which is it?
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I think we saw at the First Minister's Conference just last week the Prime Minister engaging with very enthusiastic premiers who have presented their ideas for nation-building projects. So that's where the conversation begins. How that will now be assessed based on the 5 criteria remains to be seen, and we're going to see that pan out in the regulation.
Questions and comments? Question en commentaire. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Merci, ma collègue de Guelph. Et Guelph est certainement une des places les plus renommées.
I'd like to know, does the member think that doing away with interprovincial trade barriers will promote not just research, but also the commercial application of research all across Canada?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Hull-Aylmer. Yes, for farmers, for agri-food processors, eliminating interprovincial trade barriers is essential for the marketing and commercialization of new products. And the reason is simple. Certified organic product in Manitoba should also be certified organic all across Canada without having to go through all the same steps in each jurisdiction. So what we're trying to do is allow for marketing so that our producers have easier access and better prosperity.
Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's story of the company in her riding, but the great irony of her speech is that this bill actually would do nothing for that company because she described a provincial barrier, not a federal one. So my question to her is, we've heard a lot about this $200 billion number. Again, that is all trade barriers, not just federal ones. So will she give us a real, correct number for what this bill will do?
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I think all Canadians are going to be looking to their provinces to continue to lead on eliminating interprovincial trade barriers. Leadership doesn't just come from this place. So we want to see, we are showing leadership federally in terms of eliminating interprovincial federal trade barriers. We are seeing leadership from the provinces on major projects, unprecedented projects, and I think every Canadian should be looking to their provincial leadership and asking them to eliminate those barriers.
The honourable member for Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech, and I'd like to thank her for her contribution to the discussion here in the House. She repeatedly referred to the assessment criteria for projects, and she talked about leadership. I'd like to know, does she think leadership is about not respecting existing legislation and not respecting the House of Commons and not respecting provincial jurisdiction? I could give other examples. So I'm just wondering whether that's what leadership means to her. Does it require disregarding others' jurisdiction? The honourable member for Guelph. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. We're in a time of crisis, a crisis that Canada has rarely seen the likes of over the past 50 years. So we need a government with a clear mandate to put in place protections, the protections that will best protect Canadians. And when you look at this bill, you can see that there's a minister who's responsible for deciding, but who also has a responsibility to consult with counterparts, with the provinces, and with First Nations. So respect for existing legislation and for everyone here is in that bill.
Debate, and before I call the member for Kitchener-Conestoga, I'll just remind him he has about 6 minutes before I'll have to cut him off for the day. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to speak in this House about one of the first bills of this new government, foundational for our vision and ambition, groundbreaking in scope and unifying in its promise. I refer to the One Canadian Economy Act. Today I want to share a bold vision with you, a vision for unity, for growth, for a Canada that does not sit on the sidelines or take our destiny for granted. Today, the world's economies are changing. Global relationships are being tested. Our biggest trading partner, the United States, is taking a new, more unpredictable course. But the unjustified tariffs issued by the U.S. administration have also presented Canada with an opportunity. History has shown us that these moments of challenge can become when a nation discovers its true strength. It's times like these that we must stand together as one Canada, work together and move forward. So today I want to share with you the two key federal barriers the One Canadian Economy Act is proposing to knock down. First, it would help remove federal obstacles that hold back the movement of goods and services within our country. It would also allow us to address federal licensing barriers that make it harder for Canadian workers to work wherever opportunity takes them. The free movement of goods, services, and labor is essential if we're to meet this moment. And second, the One Canadian Economy Act offers us a path forward to growth and to prosperity, so that projects of national interest, projects that built this nation and benefit Canadians, can move swiftly from the drawing board to the real world, where they'll have the power to make a difference in the lives of all Canadians. I'll speak to each of these elements further. So I'll start by addressing the need to eliminate federal trade barriers, beginning with an example of how current national regulations are challenged for Canadian business owners to sell a simple item outside their province or territory. Let's suppose you're an organic tomato farmer in Ontario. You can call your tomatoes organic, sell them at farmers markets across Ontario because you got certified under Ontario's system. But if you want to sell those organic tomatoes in Quebec, a province has its own organic system. Now, as a responsible grower, even though you've been doing everything right in Ontario, you can't legally call your tomatoes organic in Quebec unless you obtain federal certification and go through the extra paperwork, extra expenses. So rather than just putting those tomatoes on a truck and getting them to shelves in Montreal, you face extra steps because provincial organic certifications aren't automatically accepted by the federal government. Our farmers are doing things right. It's the system that puts up barriers where there ought to be bridges. Under this bill, if a good is produced, used, or sold under a province's rules, it can move across the country without needing to meet federal standards if it serves the same purpose. I'd like to highlight the work the provinces and territories are already doing to make it easier to sell goods and services to each other, addressing provincial barriers. We need to continue to work together at all levels of government, be above partisan politics. The One Canadian Economy Act builds on that cooperation. It's not about encroaching on responsibilities or regulations of provinces or territories. This is the government's effort to do its part to make trade smoother at the federal level. This legislation allows the Government of Canada to lend a hand in taking down roadblocks because when every order of government works together, there's no limit to what Canada can achieve. Under this bill, if goods are produced, used, or distributed according to the rules set out by a province or territory, those goods can be recognized as meeting comparable federal standards on interprovincial trade. We're also proposing to do the same thing with federal trade barriers to selling Canadian services across our provinces and territories. Under this bill, if a service is provided following provincial or territorial rules, that service will be considered in line with the federal rules on interprovincial trade. The second key element to this bill is barrier reduction strategy and labor mobility. This is a commitment to ensuring that every Canadian can put their talents to work anywhere in Canada without being weighed down by complicated, costly barriers. This government's working closely with provinces and territories to allow skilled Canadians, nurses in St. John's, engineers in Edmonton, carpenters in Wellesley, teachers and paramedics from Trois-Rivières to Whitehorse to move freely, taking their skills, credentials, and ambitions with them wherever opportunity calls. The One Canadian Economy Act is about unlocking the true potential of Canadian workers so that whether you're a home builder in Kelowna or a healthcare worker in Cape Breton, this country stands behind you, values your training, and welcomes your contribution. With goods and services, Canadian workers can move freely across our country. So do ideas, skills, and opportunities. And that's what unity looks like, not just in words, but in action. That's what this bill is designed to deliver. Because when we break down barriers and open new doors, we set the stage for something bigger, for projects of national interest that will move this country forward. We need to get projects approved faster and change our mindset from whether to build to how to build. That's why we're proposing that Canada adopt a new approach to projects that will advance our national goals, protects the shape of our future, of our country, builds our resilience in an uncertain world, and strengthens our autonomy and security. We need to do all of these things in a way that still respects Indigenous rights and protects our economy. The One Canadian Act is more about increasing their GDP. It's about investing in people. And so let us rise to meet this moment with clarity, with courage, and with the conviction that the next chapter of Canada's story will be written by those bold enough to build it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga. He will have 14 minutes and 2 seconds remaining in his time the next time this House takes up this matter. And it is 2:30 p.m. But before we adjourn, I would just say a happy Father's Day to all those fathers. And it is Men's Mental Health Month, so I hope we'll all take the time to reach out to those loved ones in our lives at this time. It being 2:30 p.m., this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.